Hello, good afternoon. Thank you very much for joining us in the room. So for everyone who is joining us today, all the official guests, ladies and gentlemen, speakers, attendees and delegates, it is a great pleasure for me to welcome you here at the Cluster Meet Regions event taking place in Kosice. This workshop is on EU-Ukraine business partnership. We have many with us today in the room, more than 200 people, and also we have more than 100 who are joining online. Therefore, it's really important to be on time because the online session has already started and opened, and we'll be also having many speakers today joining us as well as from outside. So just a couple of questions before starting. I would like to give you some words on the agenda, so to know what we will be having. So we will be starting with the introduction by the organizers. So just to inform you, this event is organized by the European Cluster Collaboration Platform on behalf of the European Commission and in a partnership with the Slovak Innovation and Energy Agency, the Union of Slovak Clusters, the Ukrainian Cluster Alliance, and the Enterprise European Network. So after the welcoming address, we will be having a session on regional and economic development. After that, there will be a high-level opening session. There will be more time for networking because there will be a coffee break, so you will have a chance to continue the conversation that have started during the day. And then we will continue in the afternoon with session on international collaboration, interregional collaboration, and then we will be having a session on practical aspects on doing business with Ukraine. But without further delay, I would like to give the floor to our valuable hosts and welcome on the floor Renata Magulova, Deputy Director, General Slovak Innovation and Energy Agency. Renata, the floor is yours.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Slovak Innovation and Energy Agency, I would like to welcome all of you in the capital of East Slovakia, Kosice. Our agency, that has been established over 70 years ago, recently became one of the key stakeholders in the cluster ecosystem development in Slovakia. Since 2016, we have participated in the development of 2 action plans aimed at improving policies and measures supporting clusters' performance enhancement. We have financed over 30 cluster assessments according to European Secretariat of Cluster Analysis Standards and became a national cluster performance assessment authority. Currently, we are working on the mid-term national strategy for how to further develop clusters and the cluster innovation ecosystem in Slovakia. We believe that clusters are predisposed to be the entities which can, should, and will be the multipliers, facilitators, and orchestrators of the innovations that are much needed in Slovakia nowadays. They can be the agents of change and transformation, both digital and green. Therefore, they deserve our attention. This morning, we have just concluded our first national cluster conference, and when we see that there is an interest to have more opportunities to meet and discuss how things could be done better, more efficiently and faster. Maybe you raise your eyebrows, why faster? Time is a critical factor in many aspects, whether it is the use of EU resources from the Recovery and Resilience Facility, structural funds, or just introducing innovations to the market. In both cases, we intend to be more competitive on local, regional, European, and global scene. And we, as public entities, have to find agility more typical for businesses in our work full of rules, directives, compliances, and bureaucratic hierarchy. Clusters can help with this too. This afternoon, our Prime Minister will speak about cooperation with Ukraine. The war against the brutal aggressor will finish soon. I'm crossing my fingers. And then we have altogether utilized and put into motion our contacts, gain skills, knowledge and competencies for a quick re-establishment of this country as part of our new United Europe. Yes, we are united with Ukraine in the war against the aggressor, and we have to be united when the war ends. Even more help will be needed. When I'm speaking about the rule of clusters, I firmly believe that they could be the real game changer in this matter, the post-war recovery. Let's utilize the opportunities this extraordinary event, sponsored by International Visegrad Fund and Foundation of Ministry of Economy of the Slovak Republic, offers for creating long-lasting bonds. The harvest will come soon. I want to wish you all a pleasant stay and fruitful discussion. I hope you will take the positive atmosphere of our beautiful East Slovakian gem home with you, and we can gather soon again in a free Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Renata, and thank you for being such a great host. It's a real pleasure for us to be here. Thank you. And now we will continue with the welcoming address. So I would like to welcome on the floor Mr. Jakub Boratinsky, Director, Network and Governance, DG Growth, the European Commission. Jakub, the floor is yours.
So thank you very much, Teodora. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure to be here speaking on behalf of the Commission at this very, very important event. You know, I don't need to convince those in the room that clusters are important, that clusters matter as an engine for economic development, for innovation, for regional development. That was a bit the idea behind the cycle of clusters meet regions, that we wanted to bring the world of clusters and regional policymakers together. And we had basically a series of 15 regional workshops that are now basically happening across Europe. Actually, the first event which I personally attended, was almost a year ago in Vilnius, in Lithuania, and I think that was indeed the moment when all of us, you know, have been very much united with our thoughts about our friends in Ukraine. And I think the fact that it was during the war that Ukrainian Clusters Alliance in March of last year came to existence could not be a kind of a more powerful example of the resilience of Ukrainians and, you know, in the struggle. And Renata just mentioned it's important we are united during the war, but this event is also very much forward-looking, you know, how we would basically structure our business cooperation, how we support the links between the worlds of European and Ukrainian clusters, SMEs, and businesses. So this event, which is in a way organized on behalf of Ukrainian clusters, could not be organized in Ukraine, and this is the context in which we are extremely grateful to Slovak Innovation and Energy Agency and Union of Slovak Clusters, who stepped in and offered to host this event in the beautiful city of Kosice, in a way on behalf of our Ukrainian friends. Slovakia, and this is, let's say, the view from the perspective of the European Commission, has been indeed a place when we have seen a very dynamic development of clusters. Currently, there are 35 industrial clusters in Slovakia. The majority are focused on what are the competitive strengths of Slovakia: IT, automation, robotization, energy, and circular economy. I myself had the occasion to see a very modern, impressive factory here near in Kosice this morning, and you know that was a very powerful also example of the industriousness of people here. This event is a great occasion to bring together clusters, other business organizations and policymakers, not just from Slovakia and Ukraine, but from broader Danube region. We also have, of course, representatives of countries further beyond. I think we can all learn together how to learn each other from the strengths of our ecosystems and how we can jointly face the challenges of today, which are plentiful, you know, supply chain disruptions, shortage of skills, inflation. But as one of our colleagues said recently, it all pales in comparison with the scale of challenges faced by our Ukrainian partners. I think in this strive for promoting, you know, collaboration between Ukrainian and European clusters, indeed, we want to jointly confront, you know, the big challenges related to these unprecedented pressures and shortages. The fact that, you know, the markets that have been lost, you know, and have to be replaced, given, you know, the sanctions against Russia and Belarus. And in all of this, I think we are indeed together. I think we really feel that, Ukrainian companies can become interesting partners for European businesses. And I think this is, we really want Ukrainians, companies to be fully integrated in the EU value chains. As the vision we are celebrating, this year, 30th anniversary of the single market, and as the Commission President said, the inclusion of Ukrainian single market is indeed part of this very important vision for the future. So the event, we will have a very impressive high-level session with the presence of Prime Minister of Slovakia and Ukraine. And I think this is also a sign of, the importance that is being attached by the leaders to the, let's say, economic dimension in spite of the war that is still raging on. So there would be also a lot of practical elements in this conference, how to do business with Ukraine. There would be matchmaking sessions. So we really hope that you will all, take from this very kind of tangible benefits, and there would be a real follow-up, and perhaps some business partnerships would actually emerge as a result of that. So I wish you a very fruitful conference, and I'm really happy that we managed to pull it off with our Slovak partners, and yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please, applauses. Thank you. Thank you, Jakub. And now, while we are still waiting for Matej Ovčarka to join us, I would like to welcome on the floor Alexandra Duleba. Okay, sorry, you managed to get, so thank you very much. I was not informed that you're here. Thank you very much. So the floor is yours, Matej Ovčarka.
Thank you very much. Despite the small technical problems, I made it just in time, as they say in logistics. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure, and also in the name of the head of the self-governing region, Mr. Trnka, to welcome you here in Kosice, the capital of East Slovakia and seat of our self-governing region. I'm more than happy that this event takes place in the venue built as a part of Kosice, European Capital of Culture in 2013, which was indeed supported by the European Structural and Investment Funds. Kosice city, the time became beside the capital of culture and is also an IT hub of Slovakia and home city of the only gold ESCA certified cluster in Slovakia, IT Voli Kosice. Clusterization is very organically grown in the city, and our regional government is supporting that because we see the results. As far as I know, some of you had a chance to visit IT Voli Cluster Kosice this morning, and you have learned why we are at the self-governing region so proud of them and their results. This event is not only about clusters. It's about resiliency and cooperation between EU and Ukraine. Kosice self-governing region is anchor of just being prepared cross-border hydrogen Voli project that is closely linked to the future hydrogen production in Ukraine and its transport through repurposed gas backbone to Kosice and further on through Slovakia to the Western Europe under the Horizon project name Work in Progress H2EU East Gate. We have established and further on take care of new long-term relationship with our neighbors from Ukraine. We are, and we will support Ukraine, Ukrainians, and their fight for peace and freedom. I'm wishing you all the best, really fruitful meetings, matchmakings, and let me express my words of support in both building resiliency, competitiveness, and cooperation with Ukraine. I am positive that Slovak government, as well as the self-governing region, will do their best in order to support you in this job and will support all relevant and meaningful initiatives. Dear ladies and gentlemen, enjoy your stay in Kosice, enjoy Kultur Park venue, enjoy this conference, and please return back to our city soon. We'll be happy to welcome you here again. I wish all of you a beautiful day, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for the welcoming words. Thank you for joining us and thank you for your great hospitality and giving you the overview of the region and the city. So now I would like to welcome you again, the Alexander Duleba, the advisor of Prime Minister of Slovakia from Ukraine.
Thank you very much. My role is, I would say, easy because our Prime Minister will join us in a while and will elaborate, in a detail how we see the importance of this event. But nevertheless, so let me welcome you on his behalf. And first of all, I would like to express my thanks to the organizers of this event. We are really happy that it takes place here in Kosice, in eastern Slovakia. And let me just highlight two dimensions why it is so important for Slovakia. First, this event is one of the first, what I know, at all events within the EU-Ukraine format, which opens discussion about economic integration of Ukraine. And that is fully in line with Slovakia's foreign policy. That's fully in line with the activities of our Prime Minister, who invested a lot of energy and time to support granting candidacy status for Ukraine in between the informal summit of the EU leaders this was the first summit that took place in March in Versailles, after the war started, after the full-scale military aggression of Russia against Ukraine started, till the decision taken by the European Council at the June 2022 summit. He personally had 2 rounds of talks with all the EU leaders, simply to convince them that it is very important for the European Union to open a clear European perspective for Ukraine. After the granting candidacy status, we understand and we are waiting that Ukraine will implement the conditions, because Ukraine was awarded by the candidate status with some conditions in order to push the European integration process of Ukraine. So, but nevertheless, this event, it is a privilege for our government, for our Prime Minister, to host this event in Slovakia, exactly on the opening the discussion about economic integration of Ukraine. And finally, very briefly, second dimension, we see it is very important for preparing our companies, our clusters, for the reconstruction of Ukraine. And we do much hope that your discussions today, the contacts you will establish with your partners, between the European and Ukrainian partners, will really help us simply to make Ukraine safe, free, and fully integrated within the European Union. Thank you for coming. Let me wish you a fruitful time here in Kosice. Is the capital of Slovakia, actually, these days, because this week, exactly our president, it is a rule Slovakia from Kosice, and this is why maybe our Prime Minister met Estonian president here in Kosice, and so many important guests are here. So I would like to thank also to the authorities, regional and local authorities here in Kosice for hosting this event. So enjoy the time here. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your words. Our next speaker will join us online. So just colleagues, can you please confirm that Mr. Taras Holub, advisor for Vice Prime Minister of Ukraine, is online? Yes. Taras, good afternoon. It's really nice to see you. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to have opportunity for this speech. We are thankful for European Union and especially for Slovak Republic for its comprehensive support in these difficult times for Ukraine. I think we managed to form powerful pro-Ukrainian coalition to unite Europe with Ukraine. The decision to grant Ukraine the status of EU candidate opens a new page in the relations between Ukraine and the European Union with Ukraine and Slovakia with Ukraine. I would like to emphasize that the Slovak Republic is one of the most important partners for Ukraine since war started. Today, I'm glad to welcome the cluster meeting in Kosice that is organized to support Ukrainian business in integration to European value chain. And this event is one more support from our Slovak brothers. Certainly, we are extremely grateful for the support and unprecedented decisions taken by European Commission since the beginning of full-scale war, which helps us, our economy, and our business to survive. Ukrainian companies are also very interested to the process of further European integration. That's why they have begun to join value chains and open production facilities in European Union. And we are very thankful that European Commission is supporting this process. We appreciate the efforts of European Cluster Alliance to facilitate the integration of Ukrainian producers. I hope that this process will be successful and everyone benefits from this. We expect and we welcome the European Cluster Alliance to organize a series of sectoral events to support Ukrainian clusters. Due to relocation of production facilities in Ukraine as a result of the war, it is a possibility, an opportunity to plan certain territories based on principles of cluster initiative. A comprehensive analysis of these opportunities could yield synergic effects during Ukrainians' recovery, both for our economy and for European Union. I'd like to thank DG Grow for opening the calls for application on direct financial support for Ukrainian SMEs that suffers during the war. We expect that Ukrainian applicants would have successful experience in this call. We are looking forward to the opening new opportunities that could be aimed both for Ukrainian companies from single market program. In particular, I would like to mention some directions, among them an opportunity to support Ukrainian project of Ministry of Economy of Ukraine, Export Booster, aimed on replacing import to European Union from Russia with Ukrainian goods. Expanding programs to improve the quality and integration of Ukrainian companies in European Union. Formation of new principles of cluster initiatives in Ukraine. And last but not least, we are welcome today the discussion on the field of the event focused on establishing a GTC project office by Ukrainian and Slovak local authorities to develop joint projects focused on cross-border cooperation to support further European integration, practical European integration to Ukraine. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I wish you fruitful results of the networking and cooperation on the meeting. Thank you.
Dear Taras, thank you very much on behalf of everyone here in the room. Thank you, and not only for the welcoming words, but for the whole dedication and support you've done during the last couple of months preparing for the event, for the meetings and the preparatory and technical webinars. So thank you very much for all this support and work. Thank you. And So we are now going to the next session, which is going to be on the regional economic development. And I would like to welcome on the floor Mr. Lucian Heger, the Policy Officer, DG Regio Slovakia. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our first panel session today, where we will be discussing the role of clusters for regional economic development. Thank you. And the strengthening of business relations between Ukraine and I think we have a problem with the monitors in front. Between Ukraine and the EU, and the integration of Ukrainian businesses in the EU value chains. The recent period has been marked by many challenges. Yeah, it's working. Thank you. As I said, the recent period has been marked by many challenges. We have seen the arrival and escalation of consecutive and overlapping crises, starting with COVID and the public health crisis it's sparked, and continuing with the war of aggression of Russia against Ukraine, and the subsequent energy, food, and migratory crisis it led to. These aren't easy time, neither for the people and companies across Europe, nor in particular for those in Ukraine. The European Union response was united, determined, and immediate. On the one hand, the EU put in place measures to support member states to address the challenges and effects of the crisis, such as working capital, increase of EU co-financing to 100% in development of programs, and adding eligibility of operations addressing migratory challenges and energy costs, supporting energy costs of vulnerable households. On the other hand, EU put in place numerous measures to support Ukraine and people fleeing from Ukraine. I would like to refer in particular to the EU-Ukraine solidarity lanes for the transport of cereals, to the setup of platforms to deal with disruptions in international supply chains, the lifting of trade restrictions, among others. Last but not least, as it has been said already today, EU took the historic decision to grant Ukraine candidate status to join our union. Today, once again, Europe means future. Against this backdrop, and following the very first national cluster conference in Slovakia that took place today, it is high time to discuss support for regional development and the role of clusters and other business support organizations in development regional economy, as well as the level of development of clusters community across Europe, in Slovakia and Ukraine. To do that, I have the honor to have together with me, and I invite the panelists to join me on stage now. Representatives of Ministry of Economy in Slovakia, Mr. Svoboda, Martin Svoboda, Director General of Section Competitiveness, Mr. Denis Shmyhal, Director of Reform Support Team in the Ministry of Economy of Ukraine, who will join us online. And we have as well representatives of Slovak associations, Mr. Daniel Ach, President of the Union of Slovak Clusters, and Mrs. Maria Radwanska, Head of Enterprise Europe Network Slovakia, as well as representatives of EU and Ukrainian associations, Mr. Krzysztof Krystowski, Vice President of the European Cluster Alliance, and Mr. Alexander Jurczak, Chairman of the Ukrainian Cluster Alliance. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome on stage to our panel. Before we start, I would like to invite Mr. Jan-Philipp Kramer from the European Cluster from the European Cluster Collaboration Platform, sorry about that, to present the results of a recent study on the European clusters integrating Ukrainian clusters and company into the EU value chains. Mr. Kramer, the floor is yours. Hello. Ah, sorry.
Well, Good afternoon, everybody. It's a real pleasure to be here on behalf of the European Cluster Collaboration Platform. And as has been introduced by Lucian, I will be giving a very brief presentation on the input paper that we presented for this conference as a preparatory input to the discussions. And the purpose is quite straightforward. As has been mentioned before, we need to understand the different reality that we are facing today. We need analysis, we need some information relevant to assessing the loss of market, the reshifting of supply chains, and this across the European territory and into Ukraine. And the purpose of our input paper was this on the one hand. On the other hand, it's really about looking into the role of cluster organizations in promoting this, right? It has been said before, cluster organizations have a specific role and they have a competence to support this process. And we're talking about providing market intelligence, we're talking about facilitating matchmaking, but we're of course also talking about a very specific role in developing projects and helping to transfer technology, thereby supporting also capacity building of regional suppliers, for example. And this all, and we believe in this very strongly, should help to reconfigure value chains, but of course also to create new value chains that support the integration of Ukraine into the European single market. When looking into the history, and we've done so very, very detailed, looking at trade patterns, looking at trade flows across the EU27 into Ukraine and vice versa, but of course, and it was mentioned earlier, also into the situation with Russia and Belarus, you will identify very specific trades, very specific products and commodities that have been traded in the past. And I very much invite you to look into this because it will give you a good sense where we have to take action now, but also where we have opportunities. And as you can see here on the figure on the left side, we have just depicted the trade flows between the EU27 and Ukraine from 2011 to 2021. You can see it has been going up and down, but in the last couple of years it increased and it reached a really peaking level in 2021 with a trade volume overall of more than 50 billion euros. What you can also very easily notice is a drop, and that has been connected to the illegal annexation of Crimea in 2014, leading to a decrease thereafter, but also a recovery, and I think this should give us also hope. We don't know what will happen in these figures, but of course there will be impacts of the Russian aggression and the war. But on a positive note, and citing data from the Institute of Economic Research and Policy Advice from Kiev, 70% of Ukrainian companies continued exporting. And I think this gives us also a good sense of hope that this will lead to the continued exchange with the European Union and the economies. Now, we further looked into what are key industrial ecosystems that show potential for future cooperation. And we identified 9 of them. You can see them here: aerospace, defense, agri-food, and so on, textiles. I will not read all of them. But all of these have different patterns and give us specific ideas. And I will show you this in the following slide. Think of this slide as a puzzle of opportunities for new value chains, but also economic cooperation. In some parts, it relates to lost export markets, but also lost supply. And this is maybe the perspective of the European economies towards Russia. And I myself, I'm a German native, I can speak about this very, very specifically. You see that in many areas the exporting development was important, and specific areas such as aircraft engines or wood furniture and steel, and also medicaments which were exported to Russia. So here we're talking about a loss of export markets, and we, I think, have together an interest in stabilizing our economies. And on the other hand, there are new opportunities for intensification of joint business and cooperation between the EU27 and Ukraine. And I give you a few examples. Digital, IT sector, we already heard about the excellent capacities here in Kosice. There's also excellent capacity in Kiev and other areas. Electronics, insulated wires, cables, but also raw materials for semiconductors, which are very important in our debate of independence as an economy. And last but not least, textiles. And there has already been some initiative around this, thinking about nearshoring necessities also in the view of the Green Deal and sustainability requirements. But how can we mobilize this potential? We heard about clusters already. And to show you very shortly, if the slide allows, the cluster ecosystem of Slovakia. Slovakia has a strategic location. We heard about this already. It has particular sectoral strengths which have developed over the last decades in mobility, but also agri-food. And it has a very vital cluster ecosystem. We now refer to 26 cluster organizations which are already registered on the European Cluster Collaboration Platform, covering 7 important industrial ecosystems. You see digital very much represented, energy and renewables, also cultural and creative industries. And they also comprise 5 of the most affected industrial ecosystems that I've shown you in this slide before that we need to work on. And as you can see, they're spread around the country. Obviously, Bratislava as a capital is a very important location, but as you can see as well, Eastern Slovakia has 6 at minimum, I would say, cluster organizations, which can be very important for future collaborations. And there has been already some progress in the past. You can refer to the Danube Transnational Program, which is funded by the European Commission, in which Ukrainian and Slovakian actors have collaborated in fields such as bioeconomy or similar. Now, Ukraine. Obviously, the picture for Ukraine is much more difficult for us to depict. And there have been, for various reasons, also some changes. But I think there's a lot of dynamic, and we already heard about this. On the left-hand side, you can see those cluster organizations registered on the European Cluster Collaboration Platform. They cover 8 important industrial ecosystems, and there are, in fact, a number of cluster organizations in the field of digital. And we all know what that means. It's very important. It's also a facilitator for new value chains to create. I said dynamic, I said also strategic, and we've heard before the formation of the Ukrainian Cluster Alliance was just done in March 2022. And I think looking at the commitments and the strategic thinking behind this, we can see that many things are prepared, even the difficult circumstances. And in this alliance, we almost have 50 cluster organizations which can act as catalysts for future growth. Now, coming to the outlook. Obviously, I gave you 2 maps of Slovakia and Ukraine. We're talking about a broader picture. And we can talk about the whole EU27, obviously. But we took a special look into the macro region, and you can see this on the map here with neighboring countries of the Danube region, but also the Baltic Sea area, where we see a lot of collaboration potential, covering almost 40% of the EU27 GDP. And the key message, without going in all of the details here, is we have a massive ecosystem of cluster organizations, at least 120 emphasize the interest in collaborating. And you can see them in all of the countries here, Germany, Poland, the Baltic countries, Austria, Hungary, of course Slovakia, Romania and Bulgaria, in various fields covering our 9 industrial ecosystems that I've shown before. The European Commission has put in place support measures. I will not go into detail, but I think it's the really right step to support this integration process. And also the Ukrainian side has put up a lot of efforts to support from their side. To finish, of course, we are in very difficult times, and we don't know how much longer we will be in these difficult times. But I personally think that the ingredients for preparing a prosperous future are there. And that's why it's so important to be here today and discuss how we can do this and make this reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this insightful presentation. I hope you can hear me. Thank you very much for this insightful presentation, which sets very well the scene for our discussion. To sum it up, we have seen that trade volumes between EU 27 and Ukraine, which had been growing during the last decade, were affected by war. That's an important information, in particular through loss of supply and export markets. On the other hand, Slovakia has a strategic geographical position for trade and has certain sectoral strengths, including mobility, transport, automotive, and agro-food as well. And in addition, as we have seen in the last slide, there is a huge potential for collaboration. I noted the figure of 120 clusters identified in Slovakia in the macro region for collaboration with Ukraine. So with this in mind, on the policy side, Mr. Svoboda, how do you see the role of clusters in regional economic development, and what kind of support is available?
Okay, sorry. Thank you very much. I am representing the Ministry of Economy, and our department is dealing or has been dealing with cluster support since 2013. So it's today, let's say it's 10 years. And where we see the role of clusters, I was already talking about that in the morning session, that besides that let's say the classic definitions of cluster, you may look at it as a vertical or horizontal. If you put also the regional aspect, then we can talk about the quality of life, of bettering the quality of life. So the clusters not only has to be for or leading to bettering the competitiveness, but with connection to region, it's also connected to bettering the life. The other aspect of the role of clusters as we see them is that they, in the future, they can be something like intermediate body between regional government or state government and those who are living in the regions, and it can be done by two ways. One way is to inform the state about the needs of the region or the regional actors, and the other way is to help the state to implement or deliver some of the aid the state made. And what we've got in the Ministry of Economy, we have let's say, a small money and a bigger money. A small money is financed by state budget. We run, if we have money, the support scheme for emerging clusters up to 36 months. And then we have a bigger money financed by ESI funds. It's also planned in the next or nowadays period 2021 to 2027. Sorry, and basically it's for clusters who are established already. So for start, that's for the Ministry of Economy. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, and I would maybe like to refer as well to the support that the European Commission is providing to clusters through the Regional Development Program, the national program, which has been rising from 5 million in the past financing period to 2014-2020. We speak of it in the past, but it's still current for this year. It was raised to 9.5 million in the current period, 2021-2027. And this is provided basically through the specific objective 1.3, measure 1.3.3, networking of businesses. But there is also possibility for clusters to apply for support, although there is no specific allocation specific to clusters, I mean, under specific objective 1.1, measure 1.1.1, cross-sector cooperation for research, development and innovation. And let's now see what is the role of clusters and what is the situation in Ukraine. Mr. Shmyhal. Are there any similarities with Slovakia?
Hello.
Hello, good afternoon.
Do you hear me?
Yes, we hear you loud and clear.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, now in the Ministry of Economy, we use a demand-driven approach, and we asking business what is important in this crucial time. And our research data shows that key problem for businesses now is that there is not enough order, because GDP dropped down more than 30% last year. And if we are talking about huge problems, this is logistic problem with logistics because of blocking by Russia our seaports, and our businesses now focuses on products with additional value added. We focus on value added products and believe in it. And we understand that export is not an option now, it's like a way of surviving for our businesses. On the one hand, but for being more competitive, we believe that strong cooperation, for example, if you're talking about machinery cluster, Ukraine lost now, not under Ukrainian control, a lot of facilities on the east of Ukraine now. It was like a cluster of machinery building, but there are a lot of relocated company, more than 1,000 companies relocated through government program. And we see that chains, supply chains and corporations sometimes lost, and now they're trying to rebuild it. And if you're talking about clusters, we believe that clusters in Ukraine can create more competitive advantage for our machinery building, for our other industries. And it is crucial for us because of we see that now we have a window of opportunity to substitute Russian product on European market. For example, together with ministry, our reform support team, and together with USAID donors projects, we started export booster project, which focus on machinery and food processing. And now our first view and analysis, we saw that 70 billion euros it was import from Russia to Europe and UK without fuel. It's machinery, food, and other products where Ukraine is competitive. But it's a hard way to substitute it. It's not easy for us because of standards, because of lack of competence. And we believe that through the clusters, our small, medium-sized enterprises can be more faster in certification, can be more faster in opening new markets and doing something together for each key clients in Europe. And that's why we in Ministry of Economy, we believe that smart specialization also is critical for cluster. There is a very different situation in different clusters, and if we are talking about not so many clusters which receive real benefits from government level or something like that. I believe that this is area of improvement for us to integrate on policy level our ideas and real tools which will support to create new industrial policy, because now government has request to create new industrial policy and looking for ideas and instruments. And I believe that cluster, it will be a very good instrument. That's why we are interested in your experience because of your best practices, cases, and your cooperation through the clusters. It's like benchmark for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I take as the main message from your intervention that it's imperative to integrate Ukrainian businesses in the EU supply and value chains, and clusters can help and provide assistance with that. Let's now see what is the perspective of clusters associations. And Mr. Ach, how can clusters support regional development, and what is your take on the regional policy support which is offered?
Thank you very much. As it was mentioned, there was National Cluster Conference, the very first one in Slovakia this morning. And I think that we had a very good discussions and very good conclusions. So I can actually react with the conclusions. And we identified that there is really a lot of potential unrevealed in the regions, mainly in cluster organizations. There was a 10 presentation of clusters with really a broad spectrum of activities that they are doing in the regions, starting with support Shmyhal innovation, through training, developing training centers, through education, building or developing new study programs for the secondary schools, through linking research and practice, going through contributing to strategies and policies at the national and regional level. But even we can go further, because some clusters are active in the international environment, mainly through Interreg programs or Danube program, where also Ukrainian clusters can participate. And I can say that even the ECA, European Cluster Alliance idea, okay, maybe not the title, but idea was established about 10 years ago in Vukovar in Croatia, because of 6 association of clusters from this region established a platform for the future ECA. So there is a huge potential in the regions, very, very different. And if you really look at that, if you have 10 clusters presenting, it's maybe 30, 40 people all together, not too many. And they do a really great job. Through cooperation at the international level, and we have even some examples of going beyond Danube and Central Europe region to Europe, Horizon projects, and a lot of cooperation is already happening there. Participating at EU level, different working groups are being member of associations. So really having an influence at the EU level, including, for example, there was call clusters for Go International. So even supporting companies to go beyond Europe to the third market. So I think that there is a huge potential, and unfortunately not all of it is realized or recognized by other ministries. We have a very good relationship with the Ministry of Economy, but it's also our task to increase visibility and to go also to approach other ministries and regions and to speak about the potential cooperation, because clusters are here, and sometimes, you know, it is a pity that their capacities are not efficiently used to help the regions in their development from really various aspects. Thank you.
Is there a risk of overlapping of interventions from various ministries? You mentioned improving relations between ministries. Is there a risk of fragmentation of various initiatives? Are you maybe collaborating well or not with the other ministries?
Yeah, thanks for the question, because you were speaking about the envelope for clusters, you know, those, let's say, 10 million for next programming period. But this is directly to support cluster organizations. But I think it's much more important to look at all other priorities. And of course, I'm not saying that in every priority or every measure, cluster organizations can be eligible or eligible applicants. But there are many more that are not used for the moment. I don't see any overlapping because the programs are developed in a coherent way. It's just that if we develop transformation innovation partnerships, cross-sectoral innovation partnership, different types of partnership in Slovakia, and clusters are not eligible, it's just a pity for the country. It's just a pity for the region, not benefiting from that expertise that is already there.
Message taken. Thank you very much. What about the business support networks, Mrs. Radwanska, such as Europe Enterprise Network? How could they contribute to the integration of Ukrainian companies into the EU value chains?
Hello, everybody. Every business starts with a dream of the owner. If only this chair could be more comfortable. And then you get many, many kinds of chairs. There is armchair, there is sofa, there is desk chair, there is cuddle chair, ball chair, whichever you can think of. But generally, those chairs need to get to their customers in the regions, and many of the entrepreneurs have a dream to get it all over the world because they have the best chair, of course. And on that way, they need the strategy, but only few of them get large corporations. Most of the companies stay at lower level of few employees, of small and medium-sized companies, and on their path towards what they are dreaming of, there are many bottlenecks, there are many stones on that road. So they know they want to go abroad, but they don't know where exactly. What are the tastes of the customers there? What the legislation is, how to get there, in which channels, whatever. Now, the Ukraine, they are scared of some territories because they don't know how it's going on there. And that's where the Enterprise Europe network is the biggest network in the world for the support of SMEs comes in hand. Because we are at large variety of organizations. It's not the chambers of commerce that has exclusive rights for that. It's not the ministries that have the exclusive rights. We are under various kinds of host organization, and we are long-term projects. So the Commission supports these organizations for decades already. So when the entrepreneur needs the answers to all those questions, like which partner, which country, what prices are there, what taxes, what duties do I have, what legislation is for my product in certain countries, they come to Enterprise Europe Network. So that's where we come in hand for them. Just 2 weeks ago, we had an email from the colleagues in Kiev for their company. Look, we've got a company who wants to do business with Slovakia, who wants to export the products which they want to get from Slovakia then all over the European Union, but we don't know what are the taxes, we don't know what are the customs duties. And my colleague over there, Alena, she took that email on board and she looked for all kinds of the replies they needed and sent the colleagues in Kiev from EEN Network all the replies. And we are happy to have received the information that the company has taken all those replies on board and they are starting business with Slovak company, opening branch in Slovakia and getting the products over there. So our role is very strong. We are probably not too many people from Enterprise Europe Network in the regions, but we are all over. There is about over 3,000 of people in the network. We are in more than 60 countries, nearly 70 reaching, and we can help on the ground. So Slovak company comes to our office. but German company comes to German office, the company in Kiev comes to Kiev's office, and we exchange the information, we provide this information, we look because we know our regions and we know our legislation, we know our environment where we are, and that's how the enterprises can come to proper replies, and they can go faster, so that small and medium-sized company who doesn't have lots of experts among its own staff, we are there to just throw away those stones, kick them off their path, and to make their dream come true faster, hopefully. So.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's very useful to know that companies have a place where to ask questions. Many of them have many questions probably. How does it work in practice? Is advice offered free of charge?
Yeah,
is there any cost attached to it?
That's a very big advantage of this network, and thank you to the European Commission for really supporting for years and decades this network. Thanks to that, the companies have the services free of charge. So it's really available. We have the only important point to make, that we are free of charge for the companies who want to go international. Mm-hmm. So that's our basic issue, and we are very eager to help the companies who want to innovate, who want to go digital, who want to fulfill the greener path to make the planet better life. And greener, so that these are our exclusive conditions which we think of when we are helping companies really to go this way, to be open and to go international. That's where is our role. There are different networks which deal only with regional or national things, but we are the network for international support.
Thank you very much. And now let's move to the European level and see how the cluster community is developing. Mr. Kristofsky, what can you tell us about that?
Hello, everybody. I'm really very happy personally to be here in Slovakia, because I remember exactly as Daniel said before myself that we started to think about some closer collaboration between clusters from this region of Europe, some like maybe even 10 years ago, before we decided together with our colleagues from western part of Europe to establish a European Cluster Alliance. I remember I met Daniel the first time 5 or 6 years ago in Poland, when we organized, thanks to members, Slovakia, Czech Republic, Hungary and Poland, Visegrad group, and thanks to that we organized our first Visegrad cluster conference in Poland, in Gliwice. And then some years after, we met other colleagues, today I could say friends, from other countries of Europe, from Spain, France, Germany, Italy, Portugal, etc., etc. So we finally decided to join those two parts of Europe together, and we established European Cluster Alliance. The letter of establishing this association was signed in Warsaw, in the capital city of Poland, which I am very proud of. And it was September 2019, just before COVID. And surprisingly, because of COVID, we became even stronger than we could expect. Today, we represent 18 countries and 18 national clusters organizations. But what is the most important thing, because we are today to discuss about clusters here, but what is the most important is to understand what clusters are for. Because clusters, dear ladies and gentlemen, is fantastic, believe me, fantastic tool to support regional development, especially of small and medium-sized enterprises. Because we are organizations which are very focused on a regional level, which are focused on some specific industrial ecosystems. And typical cluster, we could say, is an organization which consists from sometimes from 30, 40, 50 members, companies, but some clusters, the biggest clusters in Europe, represent around 800, 900 companies in one cluster. And what is very important, that around 90% of cluster members are SMEs. And SMEs are majority of our European economies. At the same time, they are small as their name, but they are very difficult to be supported, because there are many and very how to say, too small sometimes to directly go to them with this support. And clusters are a very good tool to be very close with those companies. We cluster managers in many different regions, in many different areas, we are working daily with those companies. So to summarize about European Cluster Alliance, could you imagine that we have in Europe around 3,000 now clusters, and those clusters represent about 500,000 companies, which employ around more than 100 million employees. So we are discussing today about organizations which are tools to support those companies, and which could be very efficient because being very close to them. And European Cluster Alliance is an association of associations. I am at the same time president of Polish Clusters Association. As I said, we have 18 different countries who are members. So we, from this perspective, we play a similar role to this which was mentioned by my predecessor here, by Europe Enterprise Network. So we can play as a one big, huge network inside European Union, but we have recently proved that we are able also to play outside of European Union. Unfortunately, because of this terrible war, the situation in Ukraine changed generally speaking, what to say, in a very bad direction. But it also generated some very, very huge movement of Ukraine towards European Union. And let me say something very personal. I was born in Poland when it was a communistic country. Before I became 18 years old, Poland changed this system, thanks God. And I was able, the first time in my life, being 18 years old, to go to Austria. It was the first Western country I've been. And I thought at this time that it is something like paradise. I couldn't imagine. I spent all my childhood 5 kilometers from the border of Czech Republic, and for many years I was not able to cross this border. Even Czechoslovakia at this time was also a communistic country. What I'm going to say, in 2004, when I was 32, Poland joined European Union, and I remember this night we were with my wife, and we were both crying from happiness. And I think that now we are in this moment. I wish from all my heart to our Ukrainian friends to join European Union during my life. My life is still you know, I turned 50 last year, so I hope that we have to be fast, European Union and Ukraine. And I'm certain that they will join us, and we did it last year when we invite Ukrainian Cluster Alliance to join our European Cluster Alliance, to be with us. So they are in one organization with us even before Ukraine is a member of European Union. We also invited two other countries, Moldavia and Georgia, clusters from this from these countries. So I'm also certain that thanks to this close cooperation between our cluster organizations, first of all, we can help SMEs in Ukraine. And we, as a European Cluster Alliance, being part of program European Cluster Collaboration Platform, we last year, just after war occurred, we organized the forum to support Ukraine, EU cluster support Ukraine, with our Ukrainian colleagues who are very active. And we tried to just match-make those who are donors with those who are looking for some support. And just to summarize, let me say, beginning of this cooperation was that there were typical, it was typical aid. So they were looking for some typical things which are needed during the war. But step by step, this cooperation changed into the typical business way. So today I could say from my own experience that that what they really need, if we really want them want support them, but help them, we should do business with them, because they really need it. War is one thing, and I hope that our governments will support with new defense equipment, Ukrainian army, and Ukraine will finally win this war. But at the same time, they need normal business trade, and we have to remember about that. Also, this conference here in Slovakia, so close to Ukraine, is organized to find a way to do more business with Ukraine, to help them to export, as was said by Mr. from Ministry. He said today the export for Ukraine is not an option, is to be or not to be. So this is my appeal to all of the participants of our conference today. Please do business with them, and we have to do everything to support this hero nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your messages. I'm sure that cluster can help us well in the reconstruction of Ukraine, which will be much needed. It is already in the present, will be much needed in the future as well. Let's now move to see the Ukrainian Cluster Alliance perspective on the role of clusters, what happens in Ukraine, and how can you support business integrate as well the EU value chains.
Yeah. Hello everybody, it's really a big honor, a big pleasure for me to be here representing the Ukrainian Cluster Alliance. We were born a year ago. We started to unite clusters. We were a year ago just 16 clusters, and today we are almost 60 cluster organization, and we continue to grow. And since first week of the war, we are supported by European Commission, by European Cluster Alliance. So today it's really like, you know, we are happy to be here, and on behalf of Ukrainian delegation, I would like to thank you to European Commission, DG GROW, to European Cluster Alliance, to Slovakian partner, to all Ukrainian cluster who supported us in this difficult year. Without that support, I doubt we would be sitting here. So a few words about our alliance. So we structure it rather, because we have many clusters, so we structure it by industry resource center, we call them, like agri-food, like engineering machinery, medicine. We have also 3 resources center for, you can see on this slide, 3 resource center, cross-sectoral center like industry 4 5.0, smart city, dual use, several committee which unite policymaker, and our main strategy is about internationalization of SME, and of course the topic of integration into EU value chain is really very, very important for us. Talking about cluster role, of course, in this period of economic resilience, I would mention about 3 main roles. So first one is about cluster as the instrument of anti-crisis policy or resilience. So what we observed from the first week of the war, cluster coordinator helped a lot to SME in relocation into safe region of Ukraine, into relaunch of production, in resolve some problem with staff to find money, to relaunch, and to also for many other things. So we have many such story in Ukraine. Also, we collaborated with regional authority and territorial defense. It is one of the biggest maybe surprise for me because typically before we worked mainly with SME. Also, like a sign of resilience, Ukrainian cluster, we helped to armed forces of Ukraine and territorial defense. We spent more than 2 million euro for this help. So we really demonstrated our resilience. The second role is rather about cluster can serve like integrator, consolidator, and to some extent like savior of innovative ecosystem. Because the war, unfortunately, we lost the demand for for innovation has been decreasing in times. So it means that hundreds and thousands of startups, developers, innovative SMEs, they just lost the market. So as Ukrainian Cluster Alliance, we launched some services of innovation fundraising program, of course, based on available EU program. And we brought such as, for example, like I4MS, and we brought to our SME 1 million euro. Also, we try to participate in many other calls like famous EIC calls for Ukrainian relaunch of Ukrainian startup for 20 millions, and we waiting for results, of course, today. And we can observe other role of cluster in this field, like we easily realize, for example, leading role of cluster in developing digital innovation hub, for example. And third one role is the cluster. We consider today they are very active in generating new proposal and collaborating with our government in recovery program, because you know that the Ukrainian government they started to think about the future, about the period after the war, what we call a recovery period. And the Ukrainian Cluster Alliance, we actively participated in generating some proposal. We gave more than 20 proposals. And today I'm happy to say that we brought here to Kosice more than 40 projects, oriented both to resilience and to recovery of Ukraine. And they oriented also to collaboration with European partner. For example, this morning we signed the first joint statement, it's like memorandum, about collaboration in cluster development in Ukraine, but it's clearly already oriented to some integrated industrial ecosystem and value chain. And we signed this agreement with 5 countries. Poland, I hope you joined us because you were late. Lithuania, Slovakia, of course, Czech Republic, and Romania. So, and in this portfolio, you can find many such initiatives in developing network digital innovation hub, what was said, in developing some network of Industry 4.0. What is maybe special place of our rehabilitation program we will present tomorrow, because after even today we have already 100,000 of warrior coming home, and which need support, which need rehabilitation, but also many 100,000 of civilians affected by the war. So our medical center of medical cluster will present this program tomorrow. So finally, I would like to say thanks again to European Commission, to Slovakian partner for organizing this conference. Really very important for us and for our other colleagues supporting Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your intervention, and let me wish you a happy birthday on your first year of existence. And I hope that we will exist for many years from now. And maybe now let's go to a practical aspect, maybe a question addressed to all of you. What are the support mechanisms that you consider most suitable for the implementation of?
We have to close.
We have to close. All right. We have the Prime Minister here, I see. Welcome, Prime Minister. Then we we will have to close. Perhaps I am allowed to make some final remarks, some takeaways after this discussion. We have seen that trade volumes between EU 27 and Ukraine were affected by the war, but that Slovakia has a strategic geographical position for trade, and it has also certain sectoral strengths in mobility, transport, automotive, and there is a significant potential in Slovakia and in the macro-regional for collaboration with clusters. I noted 120 clusters identified for collaboration with with the Ukrainian clusters. Then it was interesting to see how all of you have seen clusters in their primarily role of improving competitiveness and productivity of their members. I think it has been sufficiently underlined that sharing skills and knowledge between the members of clusters and between clusters is very important for their internationalization. They also act as local innovation ecosystems. This is a very interesting idea. And they act as partner to governments, both in the policy making and in implementation. And they can provide very useful feedback to governments. One remark I will take away back to Brussels. Clusters should be eligible in all these partnerships that are being developed under the regional development programs. I refer here to intersectorial innovation partnerships, where clusters are perhaps not always taken into account. As well, I think it's important to note for the SMEs themselves that there is somebody to ask when you have a question. BSOs are there to provide advice through a large network. And last of all, I think we need to build on existing structures and the existing initiatives and to use the existing capacity. This is very important to avoid duplication and fragmentation in this area. With that, I thank you for your contribution, and I will ask the audience to give you a round of applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much for this great session, for the different perspectives. I'm sure that till the rest of the day, as well as tomorrow, this will be continued to be explored. But now, without further delay, I would like to open the high-level opening session and welcome on the floor the Prime Minister of Slovakia Republic, Mr. Eduard Heger. Please join me on the stage. Yes.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. It's an honor for me and for Slovakia to host you on this great event. And let me start with looking into the future. As it says, collaboration is an important element of our future, and I would say that collaboration is our future, and vice versa, future is our collaboration. The reason why I'm saying that, because we meet here in Kosice in eastern Slovakia, a very important place as a country neighboring to Ukraine. And first of all, we must state certain important facts about the situation we are all in. The first is that Ukraine is fighting for values, for our values, the basic values of freedom, of human dignity and human rights. And they do a great job. They are braver nation, and they are definitely leaders in all extent in showing us how to fight for these values. Second, when we speak of future, we must have in mind and in front of us always the aim, the goal. And the goal is that Ukraine will win, will regain its territory, and will be a free and democratic country. That is the aim, that is the goal that we have to achieve. And having this in mind, I'm glad that besides all the necessary help to the innocent civilians that the developed countries of the Western world are providing, we speak and we think future, having in mind this important goal. And when we speak future, we have to speak also about the economic integration of Ukraine being part of European Union, but as I said, as a free and democratic country and a developed country. It is not just the interest of Slovak Republic as a neighbor, because of course every country wants to have prosperous and democratic, every democratic country, and I think for every country is good when they have democratic and free and prosperous neighbor. So it is not important just for Slovakia. It is important for the whole world. We are writing the history right now. And the way we approached Ukraine, the start was a little slow, but I think we managed with the leadership of the Ukrainian president, Ukrainian prime minister, and Ukrainian people to follow their example. And we understand now that the unity is an important principle for the developed world to go toward our future with all the challenges we have, climate, clean tech, etc., etc. But the security is the first priority at this moment. When we speak about the economic integration, we have to understand that, and you just proved it with your discussion, that it is based on the cooperation, and it is based on the strategy. And the strategy for developing Ukraine or rebuilding Ukraine after this terrible war that is happening, or the aggression, Russian aggression, that is ruining at this moment Ukraine, it's going to be a master plan. It requires a master plan, and it's important that we speak of it now, and that we speak of it in a great extent, that we speak of it on clusters, and we speak of it in different areas, different industries, different economic areas. And we haven't started now, because we started actually a couple of weeks after we saw that what is happening in Ukraine, and we understood it's important to have this kind of master plan. And I'll just go a little bit to the history a couple of years ago, because when I became the prime minister, I understood that, not just me, but my colleagues, we all understood that Ukraine must get the same chance as Slovakia did 20 years ago when we wanted to become a member of European Union. And we wouldn't make it if there wouldn't be help of other countries and of European Union and European Commission to get us through the process of reforms and all the processes that we needed to meet the criteria. And therefore, my third travel as a prime minister was to Ukraine to rebuild again the strong relationship with Ukraine. And when we were there, I remember as now when I spoke to Volodymyr Zelensky and Prime Minister Denis Shmyhal, and we were like, okay, we as a neighbor, small neighbor, want to help you with your reforms to do as good as is possible and as quick as is possible. So we provided areas that we are good at to cooperate, and we developed 8 programs. This was 2021, how we can help Ukraine on making this process faster. And we started our institutions and our governments prepared a plan on how to meet, etc. And actually, I think it was March or April of 2022 where I was supposed to meet with Denis Shmyhal and sign cooperation of our governments. It never came to that point because, as you know, 24th of February 2022, Russia invaded Ukraine. But war cannot stop us. And that's why I'm so glad that we are here together and we think of future and we plan the future. We plan the future where Ukraine will be the winner. And we started with the humanitarian help. We started with the military help. And I'm so glad that all the EU leaders now understand that there is no room for fatigue. There is no room for slow down. That there is only room for helping Ukraine to overcome and as I said, regain its territory and stabilize the democracy and freedom in their country, and they need all our support in this extent. But we have to speak about the process of rebuilding. When we were in Versailles, it was over a year ago in this time, we came as a neighbor to all the leaders and we said, let's really think big and let's prepare for the rebuilding phase. And we said Europe must play the most important role in helping Ukraine, because Ukraine is Europe. And Ukraine belongs to the European Union. And it is... Thank you. And it is for the good of European Union that Ukraine will be member of European Union. We should not be afraid of it, and we cannot be afraid of it. Because as I said, cooperation is our future, and future is our cooperation. And we need to have Ukraine among us. So that's why we have to plan on that. And we have to, the reason why I'm saying that and emphasizing that, because there is other global players, big players, United States, Japan, and we could say other important big countries who have impact. But we have to understand that the future of Ukraine with European Union is our priority, and we should be the leaders of it. And first of all, Ukraine must be and is the leader in saying what means peace in Ukraine. And I also want to emphasize it just so we are very clear on this, because we see that Putin and Russia wants to claim a different kind of peace, which we know is not a peace. It's an occupation. That's what they plan for. But we want peace in Ukraine. And this peace can be only described and drafted by Ukraine. And I'm so glad that Ukraine proposed such a peace, and it's the 10-point peace plan of Volodymyr Zelensky. And we have to all say, and it must be very clear and strong sound out of Europe to say that this is the only peace that we support, and this is the peace that we support. And on these basic principles, we have to build. But if you want to build a good structure, you can never forget, and you have to always remind yourself and also all the others about these principles. So that's why I'm stating them right now, even though we all must say this is natural. We all agree, of course, but we have to also be very vocal about it, so we never forget. And so when we speak of this economic integration of Ukraine, we have to also understand the benefit of it. Because sometimes the people say, oh, this is just a sympathy with Ukraine, that we're going to help them. This is not a sympathy. First of all, Ukraine doesn't need our sympathy. They invested into Europe enough during our history. I, as a Slovak, can say that we thank the Ukrainian soldiers during the Second World War who liberated our territory and gave their lives for Slovakia. So they definitely don't need our sympathy. They definitely need our respect and honor for what they did 70, 80 years ago for example, Slovakia. But what we need, we have to think strategic. And when we think strategic, the stronger we are, the bigger we are, the stronger we are. And that goes for European Union. And all the funds that will be needed for rebuilding European Union will be rebuilding Ukraine. We need to this money also the labor force. We need for this money the companies. We need for this money a system, because we want to make it the most efficient, and it will be for the benefit of all of us, not just the Ukrainian citizens, but for the whole security and economic system of Europe. And that's where you are so important. And I want to ask you to really think strategic. This is not just about some short-time business opportunity. But as it was said also during this panel, that we need this cooperation forever, because that's what makes us strong, that's what makes us resilient, and that's what will bring peace again into Europe. And it will be a solid foundation for this peace in Europe that we so much need. And it will be also an example. What Volodymyr Zelensky started with the leadership, how he acted, and the brave approach he has, this is a new role of a politician. A politician that is not a populist, but that is brave and fights for values. And we know and we see that with this threat of social platforms, and it's not the threat of them, but it's the threat of the information, unregulated information that is floating, and this disinformation and hoaxes that we see. We need more and more leaders that are role models for the population. And therefore, I think it's so important that we understand that we're fighting here for the values that we want to show to our next generation, so that what kind of values they need to follow. Going back to the economic cooperation. And Slovakia, again, it's a great example. It's a great example of what it brings when you become a member of a strong economic structure like European Union. And when you look at our growth and our quality of life, how it improved, and we are very integrated. We are part of EU, we are part of NATO, we are part of Schengen, and we are part of Eurozone. And thanks to this integration, we were able to achieve really great increase of quality of life. And this is what Ukraine must experience. But on the other hand, it helped also European Union and many companies, Western companies present in Slovakia, but also Slovak companies now present all around Europe. So I also see this as a great business opportunity and a new job opportunity, an opportunity for the whole European Union to grow. And one last aspect that I want to give in your mind, because you're representing businesses, you're representing different organizations, which is great, and you will be very much busy with actually doing and acting on rebuilding Ukraine. But I want to give you one more great vision into your minds, that you will be working on this, and that will help you to see and always have your eyes on the future, on the aim, on the goal. And that is that Europe can and should become a global leader. We are a global leader in climate change and in all the technologies, and I think it's great that we are. But there are several other areas where we can and should be the leader. And the second issue that we should be the leader is the security. That's what I already mentioned. But also, we have to become the leaders of the cooperation. And the reason why I'm saying that, because we are a very unique continent. We are a continent of many nations, many countries that were here present since the beginning, I would say. And if we will be capable to follow the unity that we were able to achieve during this Russian war in Ukraine, this will be a new era for the world. And it's incomparable with any other continent. United States, it's incomparable. And all the others, incomparable. Europe, with the strong nations, strong countries, the unity that we are achieving during this time, it's really a leadership. It's a role model that will be here, and if we follow it, we all will be successful, and we will be able, and we'll be the promoters, we'll be the ambassadors to the rest of the world, that democracy based on freedom, rule of law, human rights is the best regime for the world. And that's what we need. Because the fight about what regime is better is going on now. If you look what Russia is doing around the world, how they're traveling, Lavrov is traveling Africa, is traveling South America, and is trying to change their opinion, and is trying to promote their regime, we know that we cannot be slower, we have to be actually faster, and we have to show that what we have here in Europe, it's the best way of living. So, lastly, thank you for what you do. Thank you for what you will do. Thank you that cooperation is going to be your highest priority, and unity should be your highest priority. It's not about who will have more, who will be more successful. It's about that we all need to be successful together. And if we all will be successful together, I guarantee you that none of us will miss the success. And the extent of the success will here and there will change. Sometimes it will be somebody else more successful. Sometimes it will be somebody else more successful, but we all will grow in success. And this is what I wanted to share with you. I wanted to share with you the vision. The vision not of next 5 years, the vision not of the next 15 years, but the vision of 50 and 100 years. Because that's what kind of crossroad we are right now. We started a new era, and you are the pioneers of this new era. You will do what you did yesterday, but the aim, the vision that you will do it tomorrow, if you see what I see, then will be totally different. And I wish you great success, and I wish you and I wish Ukraine great success with us. And once again, you belong to us. You will be part of us because you already are part of us, and you will win, and we will help you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister, and it's a real honor for us for having you here, and thank you for such inspiring words. And on behalf of the organizing team, really thank you for being with us today. And I think that this edition of Cluster Meet Regions will be remembered, as well as not only from the first Slovak cluster conference in the morning, but also for having two prime ministers and as keynote speakers. So it's really a great honor and pleasure to welcome now on our virtual floor Mr. Denis Shmyhal, Prime Minister of Ukraine. The floor is yours.
Mr. Prime Minister, dear Eduard, distinguished conference participants, partners, friends. First of all, I want to thank Slovakia for organizing the conference, which is aimed at developing business partnership between Ukraine and EU and supporting Ukrainian business. Dear Eduard, thank you so much for your historical overview. You just remind me about this brilliant ideas which you bring with these 9 points of reforms and projects. It was before the war. Unfortunately, this brilliant idea never realized because of this full-scale aggression. But I'm sure that reconstruction of Ukraine will be the most ambitious project of the 21st century, and we will realize it together. It requires huge resources. According to the new assessment of the World Bank, $411 billion are needed. But at the same time, recovery opens countless opportunities and prospects, especially for business, which will be the engine of change. Ukraine already has a number of undeniable advantages for investors: convenient logistics in the western direction, highly qualified and educated workers, extensive infrastructure. A favorable factor is the significant progress in European integration. In particular, the synchronization of Ukraine with the energy space of Europe, the liberalization of trade, integration of customs, cancellation of transport permits, joining the Digital Europe and Single Market programs. We also aim to enter the single roaming space, start the process of joining the Single Euro payments area, to sign the agreement on Conformity, Assessment and Acceptance of Industrial Projects, so-named ACA agreement. Ukraine received the status of candidate states for EU membership and successfully implements the recommendations of the European Commission. And thanks to Slovakian government and Slovakian Prime Minister for support in this direction. We are making our way to negotiations on joining the European Union. We expect to launch it already this year. The Ukrainian and European economies are gradually becoming a single entity. We are interested in cluster cooperation with EU as a basis for the successful integration of Ukraine into the global change of added value. 5 sectors are the most promising from this point of view. The first sector is energy. In 6 months, it survives 15 missile attacks and dozens of drone attacks. Ukraine resisted. We are rebuilding capacity, decentralizing generation and strengthening the renewable energy segment. And we have the potential to export electricity to the European Union. Together with European partners, we are working on the development of hydrogen technologies. Ukraine's gas transit system can be used to transport biomethane and other renewable gases to the EU. Ukraine also has unique gas storage facilities, the largest in Europe. This is a strong gas safe that can be used by European energy companies. The second sector is defense industrial complex. Ukraine will invest in the development and production of weapons 10 times more than before the Russian invasion. We strive to create a high-tech industrial complex, including through the transfer of world military technologies, the attraction of investments in design development, and the construction of military factories. The third sector is agricultural industry. Before the war, it grew by the 5-6% and accounted for the 10% of GDP. Thanks to the grain initiative during the war, Ukraine exported almost 26 million tons of food to the countries of Asia, Europe, and Africa. Ukraine will continue to be a pillar of global food security, but we strive to increase the share of processing in the agricultural sector. The fourth direction is natural resources. Ukraine will play a leading role in the world market of critical raw materials. 5% of the world's minerals are concentrated in our territory. In 2021, we were among the top 10 countries in the production of titanium, iron ore, kaolin, manganese, zirconium, and graphite. Europe's demand will only grow, and Ukraine will cover it. We will be a part of industrial chains unified with the European Union through the extraction, processing, and supply. The fifth sector is IT. Ukraine is a leader in building the digital infrastructure of public services. Every second Ukrainian receives them online. During the year of the war, we withstood 4,500 Russian cyber attacks. Our IT sector is the only industry that increased the volume of products exports in 2022. In the future, we have the potential to transform into a digital hub. A strong cybersecurity ecosystem will help Europe overcome similar challenges. We have building a new economy. We are activating public-private partnership. We adopted modern legislation so that dozens and then hundreds of powerful concession projects appeared in Ukraine. Insurance of military and political risks is a key issue for investors, and we are working on solutions. One of them is the creation of a dedicated international trust fund that will allow the export credit agencies of the G7 countries, the Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency, so-named MIGA, and the American agency DFC to be involved in insurance. DFC has already announced its readiness to mobilize more than 1 billion of private capital to support Ukraine's economy. Ukraine and the EU will be united not only in terms of values and politics, but also economically. Each joint successful investments project bring us closer to the goal, to a strong and successful Ukraine and to a prosperous and united Europe. Let's walk this path together. Thank you, dear friends, dear partners. Thank you for your attention, and glory to Ukraine, and all the best to you.
Thank you very much. And it's again, I have to say, it's a real pleasure for having you today. So thank you. We understand that you have to leave, but again, I have to repeat myself that it was a real pleasure for having us, you both today here on our stage. So the high-level session continues with the presentation. Thank you very much. Once again, a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. And we continue with the high-level speeches, and I would like to ask to have on the floor Mr. Peter Švec, the Deputy Minister of Economy of the Slovak Republic. Mr. Švec, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, Ambassador of Ukraine to Slovakia, the representatives of European Commission, and representatives of various clusters. Let me start by saying that I'm proud to be part of governmental administration of the Slovak government, which is stably supporting Ukraine from very first moment of this terrible aggression, Russia aggression on Ukraine. I very well remember the first horrible emotion which came to my mind once getting message about this aggression on 24th of February 2022. It touched me personally because I was born in city only 80 kilometers from Ukraine borders on the east part of Slovakia, and seeing this message and the pictures of the first missiles targeted to cities in Ukraine only up to 200 kilometers from our borders. So I'm personally very proud to be part of this administration. As a representative of representative of Ministry of Economy, I want to talk about the instruments of economic support for Ukraine in 4 chapters. At the European level, my country supports EU measures in the priority action plan for the years 2023 and 24, which will strengthen efforts to fully implement the deep and comprehensive free trade agreement between the EU and Ukraine and help Ukraine to better integrate into EU single market. We support Ukraine in the process of adjustment to EU standards and call for prompt finalization of negotiations on the agreement on conformity assessment and acceptance of industry products between Ukraine and EU. Despite the war in Ukraine, mutual trade with the EU has shown extraordinary resilience. EU unilateral trade liberalization measures for Ukraine adopted in June 2022 have undoubtedly made a significant contribution to this. Slovakia supports prolongation of these measures and strongly believe that they represent important element of economic assistance for Ukraine in the area of trade policy. On the bilateral level, the 5th session of the Joint Commission on Economic and Industrial Cooperation between Ukraine and Slovakia was held in Kyiv on the 8th of December 2022. The Slovak-Ukraine Business Forum on 7th November 2022 in Uzhgorod was also part of the Joint Commission. Negotiations with Ukraine partners were devoted to a wide range of mutual economic relations with the emphasis on the topic of energy, transport, cross-border cooperation, education, science and research. Slovakia and Ukraine agreed to deepen bilateral cooperation in the field of natural gas supply, oil transportation, reliability of electricity supply, development of renewable energy sources, energy efficiency, and provision of mutual assistance in emergency situations. On a local level, Slovakia welcomes potential investors from the Ukraine to invest in eastern Slovakia or other parts of Slovakia. The Slovak Investment and Trade Development Agency, SARIO, under the Ministry of Economy, is ready to prepare a tailor-made package of services for them, among other things, to identify the necessary location, site, or provide information about the workforce, permitting procedures, or state aid. State-owned industrial parks are also available in eastern Slovakia. Investors in eastern Slovakia can apply for regional investment aid. The standard maximum intensity for large enterprises is up to 50%. In addition to industrial production, it is also possible to support technology centers and business services centers. As for clusters, we recognize the importance of industrial clusters and their impact on competitiveness within and across national borders. Our ministry is a stakeholder in the Slovak cluster ecosystem, and we are proud that together with our Slovak Innovation and Energy Agency, we have managed to grow the number of clusters from 15 to over 30 just in 7 years. Moreover, our clusters become more active, more dynamic, and more competitive, actively working on the European level. This event is confirming that our clusters are the vital part of European cluster ecosystem and are at the forefront of the joint effort to help the Ukraine nation to defend its territory, to defend its independence, and support Ukraine in its quest to be part of modern world that is represented by EU. I strongly believe that clusters from Slovakia, together with other European clusters, will create many prospective partnerships during this event and will establish the platform for the cooperation among EU and Ukraine. Slovak and Ukrainian clusters can be significant driver of economic development and prosperity in both countries. We believe that the war will end soon and business life will re-emerge with a new power, bringing prosperity and peace to Ukraine and the EU. I look forward to seeing the results of this event and the potential partnerships that can be that can create the cooperation between Slovakia, Ukraine, and other European clusters. I wish you very fruitful and thank you for your leadership and support in our efforts towards a better future for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Švec. Thank you for being with us. And I would like now to welcome on the stage Maive Rute, the Deputy Director General, DG GROW, European Commission. It's a great pleasure for me to welcome you. So far, I always was on a virtual floor welcoming you, so it's a real pleasure for me. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Really pleasure to be also now physically meeting you, and indeed we have been seeing each other virtually on a number of occasions. Let me begin with something that Prime Minister Heger has just laid out in front of us, the really important times that we are living through, that Ukraine is not fighting only the war, but they are really fighting for the values, and these are the values that we held very dear in Europe. So these are the values of rule of law, human rights, and also, of course, they are fighting in order to come to the Europe, which is a Europe of diversity, where the smaller member states, smaller nations also have the rights and their voices are heard. And this I'm saying as somebody who comes from a really small member state, population-wise, territory is a bit bigger, coming from Estonia. And being here in this historic moment where we are particularly trying to bring Ukrainian businesses and European businesses together really brings back to me the very difficult times when Estonia managed to wrestle ourselves out from this deadly embrace of Russian bear something more than 30 years ago. How difficult it was. We also had tanks on our streets, but at least we were able to get out from this embrace without shedding too much blood, while now we see Ukraine really going through this horrible war for more than a year already. But I think it's also really a time that has been a great awakening for many of us in Europe. Maybe I can refer to something that was said by our high-level representative, Joseph Borrell, who said it, I think, in a very succinct way. He very much pointed out that the times have changed and we now live in different era. And he said that we, as Europe, we have to recognize that the times of Russian cheap energy are over. The times of Chinese cheap labor might also be over for us. And certainly we need to be aware that the US has been covering our security costs for quite a long time. And we need to be stepping up our level as Europe. So on this new global situation that we are in, of course, Ukraine needs Europe and wants to come to Europe, but also similarly, Europe needs Ukraine, and we need a strong member country, future member country, which will come, as we have just heard from Prime Minister Shmyhal, with programs on energy, defense, food, critical raw materials, IT. And I do believe that the event which we are participating here today, bringing the clusters together, bringing our Enterprise Europe network together with the Ukrainian members and players, is a good way of trying to build this future. Well, since this year now of the war going on, you all know that Europe has been putting forward several types of aid to Ukraine, humanitarian aid, of course, the basic goods needed to survive. We have welcomed the really unprecedented flow of people fleeing war. We have put in place solidarity lanes, which are very important for actually getting the goods out from Europe, from Ukraine to Europe. The winter help has been there. And of course, importantly, also mobilizing funds to help sustain the country and importantly also to fight the war. Altogether, something like 67 billion has been committed, some of it already delivered, some still coming. And of course, also the other element is that we all realize it's important to provide support, but it's even more important to help Ukraine stand on its own feet and do business with Europe, because this is what finally will make a big difference. The people and the businesses working together will make really a big difference. In this regard, I think it's very, very important that Europe has temporarily, but still, has suspended all customs duties and trade defense measures, which has helped Ukraine to actually export to Europe. And in fact, the trade levels are comparable to the levels before war, although, of course, there have been shifts in the types of trade that we have. And the pre-war level should not certainly be the limit that we are setting ourselves. We need to be, of course, going far beyond that. I'm very proud that Ukraine was declared a candidate country officially in June last year. And we have all the hopes that this will bring now also a very accelerated process of working towards a real accession. And I'm very grateful to Slovakia and other member countries that have offered hand to help go through these reforms which are needed, because it's not coming just like that by goodwill. It comes also through all the work that needs to be done by public sector, by private sector, to be ready for the accession and to accommodate all the necessary rules, norms, standards. So On 2nd of February, we also had an interesting event. We had almost a full set of our College of Commissioners coming to Kyiv to discuss together with the Ukrainian government what needs to be done and what is already the ongoing work towards bringing Ukraine closer to Europe. Really an amazing list of ongoing work strands was presented. And also then out from this meeting, we have followed through, particularly in my field of activity, meaning the industry policy, also the single market policy and small businesses. We have then followed with further meetings between our Commissioner Breton, and Ukrainian Deputy Prime Minister Yulia Sviridenko recently, and they have then come up with also a 5-point plan. And the 5-point plan, particularly in the field of now industry policy and single market, is first of all to accelerate the integration of Ukraine towards single market, so the regulatory convergence, and this is quite a package we need to be looking at. Then secondly, to build industrial partnerships, and this of course should happen in the key ecosystems. For example, inviting Ukrainian participants to the events we have, but more importantly also to really find how can we build this cooperation in the industrial sectors. We heard some of them here. We saw also from the cluster collaboration some proposals which these areas could be. I would imagine indeed raw materials would be one, machinery would be second, construction areas, construction ecosystem certainly also. So we have to identify these industrial areas for collaboration and then really build them. Certainly energy would be an area where we need to be not only looking at the energy provision, but also the equipment that is needed for that. So this certainly would be among the priority areas. Defense industry, and we heard from Ukrainian side that they are ready to tenfold their capacities, certainly something that European side would also welcome. And digital transformation, collaboration in IT will remain also a priority. So from our side, we are preparing for next so-called industrial high-level dialogue, which is a way of looking where we stand currently, and with Ukraine concretely already look into the ways of taking our agenda further. Let me then maybe explain a bit more in detail the single market side of things, where we certainly see that this is a very big priority, helping Ukraine to really gain access to the market. This goes in two sides. One element indeed is the legal approximation, and then also these practical things that we can do to help the companies find each other. So we already heard also from Prime Minister Shmyhal that there is, of course, not only the EU-Ukraine Association Agreement, which is important, but there is also then a further agreement on how can we really make it happen, so the integration into the single market. It has a bit of a long name. We call it Agreement on Conformity Assessment and Acceptance, or shortly we can say it's ACA. But the importance of that is that we have selected, together with Ukrainian side, 3 areas, so machinery, low voltage equipment, and electromagnetic compatibility, as specific areas where we are really diving into the available quality infrastructure in Ukraine and looking at what it takes for them to get all the necessary legislation in place and the quality infrastructure in place, standardization in place, so that in these 3 areas, the access to EU markets could be opened perhaps sooner than the rest of the package. And once this ACA agreement is in place, indeed, this will foster economic integration and allow Ukrainian economy and businesses to, well, get to the EU market and go through recovery, hopefully faster. We're also particularly working on public procurement, where, of course, we understand that having coherent, stable, transparent, and efficient public procurement framework is very essential for the, well, any country, in fact, but particularly, as we heard, really major investments needed for recovery in Ukraine. And of course, a lot of it is going to run through public procurement. So we really need to make sure that public procurement is fit for the future. And of course, having, again, public procurement properly organized would allow the Ukrainian side to also benefit from the EU public procurement market. So we will continue working on this legislative framework with Ukraine. But then of course, also a lot will depend on these practical contacts. And that's why I'm very happy that, again, today we have people here present physically as well as online to really take advantage of these opportunities of business-to-business cooperation and looking again also there specifically which areas would we want to bring together. We understand that there is more, let's say, interest and also better opportunities in the field of agri-food, energy, health, construction sector, also advanced manufacturing, automotive industry perhaps, textiles, defense, and maybe even some areas of social economy sectors. So on this, we will be looking forward to organizing further the collaboration with Ukraine and between the EU countries. And let me also mention that last week we have adopted in Europe a very important set of legislation which is about access to critical raw materials and also something we call Net Zero Industries Package, which is really about building industry in Europe. And I believe that this is also an area where really the opportunities to work closely with Ukraine are very important. Not only for the access to critical raw materials, which itself is already a huge opportunity and huge package, but also the opportunities in the overall manufacturing of technologies which we need for a new green economies. And then we have recently signed an agreement whereby Ukraine can access our single market program. And this is the relatively small fund we have, but nevertheless some funding opportunities for having events like this one here, supported, having Enterprise Europe network supported, providing support to clusters of work, and also having now 2 specific calls open for bringing again Ukrainian businesses to Europe and bringing Ukrainian young businesses to Europe. And on this, I'm sure my colleagues in the next sessions will speak more in detail. And finally, let me mention that multi-agency donor platform is also something that has been there already for a while, and I would like to again keep promoting these platforms we have created, because yes, it's good to meet here in person, but then a lot of work also happens while we are back in our offices or in our businesses, and there we need to be having then these electronic tools and platforms which help us actually make this matchmaking and collaboration go forward. And to our Ukrainian friends, let me say that, as we know, it's really darkest, the night is darkest before the sunrise. So we very much hope that the war will come soon to the end that we're all hoping for, that Ukraine will win and that we can all start the reconstruction phase. But already before that, events like the ones we have today should help us bring the businesses together and start already building the collaboration. So I wish all of us a very successful event, and thank you for being here, and thank you to the organizers and my colleagues as well, who have been putting a lot of effort into it. Thank you.
A big round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Okay, so with that, this high-level session finished, and I think was a lot of food for thought, and we will talk a lot about not only this part, but everything what has been done so far during the day. So I think we deserve a bit break. We will continue exactly at 4:30, so please come back at this time at the room. We have some presenters and speakers online as well, and we will continue with the interregional collaboration session. So there is a break now. For those that are with us online, the link will be the same. So please get back to us at 4:30. Thank you very much. Okay, we are back in the stage and on our virtual stage as well. So thank you very much for joining us back after the break. We are having one very important session starting after the break. This is the session about the interregional collaboration. And I'll give the floor to Marek Pschor, the team leader, Cluster Policy DG Grow at the European Commission, to present his participants. Marek, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Theodora. Thank you very much to the audience for coming to our session. And first of all, I would like to thank panelists for accepting my invitation. We have this clusters meet regions, and it's always the same structure. First, we discuss what is the role of clusters in the regional economic development, so really concentrating on the integration of work of the quadruple helix, the businesses, researchers, civil society, public administration together at the concrete territory. And then we go beyond the territory. We go how the region can link with the other regions in order to improve its competitiveness. And this is something that you might read the input paper for this. We have identified some areas on the basis of analysis, but nothing is more important than direct contacts, which you would have possibility to have tomorrow in matchmaking. And like, for example, today we found out that there is opportunity to collaborate in photonics, even if it was not found in any analytics. So as I would just cite the Prime Minister from Slovakia, cooperation is future, future is cooperation. And with these words, it's obvious we are stronger together. And in the single market, which we have right now, the 30th anniversary, it's obvious that European integration, when people work together, is the real European integration. So let me introduce our speakers. We wanted to cover the views on interregional collaboration from the national level, from the ministries which are responsible for cluster policies or collaboration with other countries. Unfortunately, the Vice Minister from Agriculture in Poland, who was supposed to join us as well online, but he had urgent duties and he cannot join us. But we have Peter Keller, who is the head of department at the Managing Authority for Economic Development Programs in Prime Minister's office in Hungary. Welcome, Peter. And then we have the views of the European Commission's main DGs for facilitating collaboration at the EU. We welcome Marlene Rosemarie Metzen, Head of Unit Economic and Sectoral Policies in Directorate General for Neighborhood and Enlargement, and as well Johan Magnussen, team leader for EU and responsible for EU strategy for Danube and Baltic Sea region in Directorate General for Regional and Urban Policy. So this is sort of views of the multi-level policy side. And then we have the practitioners, the persons who are cluster managers, who are really in practice trying to bring together different actors from different regions, different cultures, different economic, industrial ecosystems. So we will hear from them the experience. And I'm happy to welcome Mirjana Hučková, who is the director of the cluster Kosice IT Valley, and many people had the chance to see it today. I'm so happy, Olga Trofimova, to have you here. When we started to collaborate in March last year, a lot happened, and I think you are the head of internationalization in the Ukrainian Cluster Alliance, but as well you are the head of cluster, automotive cluster. So it will be a really pleasure to hear your voices. So without further delay, if I may ask Peter to share your views from the national perspective about building the collaboration and you are going to tell us as well some examples. Peter?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Peter Keller from Hungary, from the Managing Authority of Economic Development Programs, and we are also responsible for the Hungarian cluster development policy as well. The topic is the interregional collaborations, and I think there are different levels of collaboration among different players, like among member states, regions, policymakers, clusters, or individual companies. My organization is a governmental organization who implement EU funds, and it's crucial to have collaboration between similar organizations than me, but maybe it's more important to have collaboration between business entities, because real business actions are between clusters and enterprises. As a ministry, our role is to ensure a favorable environment for the economic players and assist them to collaborate with each other. So from this perspective, my first example, how our ministry can push the Hungarian clusters and push the Hungarian economic players to collaborate with each other and collaborate through the borders, is the Hungarian cluster strategy. This strategy is under elaboration. In the forthcoming weeks, it will be submitted to the Hungarian government, and I hope that in 1 or 2 months, the Hungarian government will accept the first Hungarian strategy. And I would like to highlight some tools which can reach our goal to help the Hungarian players to collaborate with each other and in international level. And the philosophy of the strategy is the Hungarian clusters always ask me, okay, Peter, how much money is in the strategy? The money is very important. Direct support is very important, but as I mentioned, as a ministry, as a government, it's much more important to provide a supportive environment and set up structures where the key players, the universities, enterprises, SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises, large enterprises can work together. So in the strategy, we collected four main tools, and all the 4 tools aiming to convince the economic player for wider and deeper collaboration with each other. The first tool is to strengthen the culture of cooperation. Now in Hungary, about 1,000 enterprises are participating in a cluster, and we would like to increase this number 5 times, so at least 5,000 enterprises must participate somehow in a network. The second tool is to make the business cooperation more attractive. So, for example, if an enterprise participates in a call for proposal, if this enterprise is a member of a cluster, it's an advantage at the evaluation. Of course, we will support directly the Hungarian enterprises to go to foreign market, to make business with foreign companies, and we will support the Hungarian clusters to make cluster-to-cluster cooperation. I hope that when we accept the strategy and will implement the strategy, it will result then if ECCP organize this kind of event in 2 years, the number of the Hungarian clusters will increase among the audience. It's not an ambitious goal because now I think it's 0 Hungarian clusters, but I hope that thanks to this strategy, building cooperation between clusters, between international clusters, we will achieve this goal as well. The third tool is to promote innovative or innovation R&D cooperations. there will be a lot of initiatives. So, for example, we will support the economic players to connect to international R&D projects by supporting them on this road, and because taking part in a domestic R&D project is not so high level as in the international level. And that's why we will support the cooperative R&D projects as well, because it's also a higher level to participate in a cooperative R&D project than implement an individual one. And last but not least, our last tool is to create an appropriate regulatory environment. We will use a three-level cluster system in Hungary, the startups, the professional, and the innovation clusters. And it's not a secret that when we will measure the achievement of the Hungarian clusters, we will measure if they are participating in an international collaboration or not, if they are registered in the ECCP or not. So we will push the Hungarian cluster managers to participate in international collaborations. So I hope that there will be a lot of initiatives among the tools, but I try to highlight those ones which helps the international collaborations. And my last example, which is a collaboration between ministries. Okay. Harder, okay. Okay. Yes. So it was a Interreg Europe project. The original good practice was that Hungary has a so-called Night of Industry 4.0, when we open the front-runner Industry 4.0 companies open their gates to the public. And our original pilot was to organize an international Night of Industry 4.0 in 4 countries. But finally, we made a bigger achievement, I think, because we organized this event online format in the same time in 4 countries. More than 16 front-runner companies from the 4 countries was lively introduced themselves. It was a live videos. You can follow the CEO in the plant. So the online participants could follow the event live. They can jump among countries, and all the followers could see 16 Industry 4.0 front-runner companies, which I think it was a good example of interregional cooperation, which led by managing authorities like us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. It was the views from national level. Actually, what I would spot here is that you developed cluster strategy in your country. So, I mean, we've been talking in different regions and countries in Europe. We have ups and downs for cluster policy, depending on the political commitment, depending on policy officers who are driving this, administration, governance level capacities. So we are extremely interested as well to work with you further on the implementation of this cluster strategy in the context of work of the European Cluster Collaboration Platform and Ukrainian Cluster Alliance. But before, we will come back to this later, but before, let's move to the EU level. And here I'm happy to have representatives of these 2 DGs, which actually are working on as in terms of Directorate General DG NEAR on integrating the countries which are neighboring EU and aligning with EU activities. And our colleague from Directorate General for Regional Urban Policy, who is working on European territorial cooperation integrating clusters as well, companies and people within the EU, but as well having a bit in cross-border with neighborhood countries. So Marlen and Johan, can you share with us your views, your DGs, your policies on interregional collaboration?
Thank you very much. I will try to be brief. This is something I could talk about for very, very long time. But fortunately, we have the entire day and tomorrow as well to exchange. So if I go too briefly on some topics, you're most welcome to also grab me later on. It's a huge pleasure to be here and to present the work of the Commission at this event. I've been working personally on European economics and European competitiveness for many, many years. And there are three things that will always be important in that context, and that is SMEs, it's European integration, and it's reforms. And it's therefore, for me, a huge pleasure to be here today to meet businesses, to meet people who are engaged in creating those good environments for our companies in Europe and for the integration. Maybe just also very briefly one word on this new service that I'm representing today, because it's true what Marek said. It's based in the Directorate responsible for neighborhood and enlargement countries. But actually, the service was set up and is very new. We've only existed since 1st of February this year. And it was a decision made by the European Commission to create an entire directorate for Ukraine, exactly because of the importance we place on the support to Ukraine and of the Ukraine's future role and place in the European Union. We are working closely with all parts of the European Commission in this endeavor. And personally, I'm very closely involved in everything related to the economic policies and the sectoral policies, so thereby, of course, also the huge importance of the integration, the SMEs, the clusters, and the facilitating the trade and that integration. I just wanted, because we're such a new service, to just mention this. Now, one thing I would say first is also, it's been mentioned a few times already, but I think it's worth mentioning it. On the 23rd of June last year, there was this very important decision on recognizing the huge importance of the European perspective and to grant Ukraine candidate status. This comes with a lot of other efforts towards integrating Ukraine, towards helping Ukraine and working closely with the Ukrainian authorities in also preparing the reform agenda so that the Ukrainian enterprise has access to the European market, so that they can actually make the full benefit of trading with European companies and accessing the single market. This candidate country status is really a game changer for the private sector in Ukraine. But it's also very important for the EU and for the companies in EU. We've seen it with all the other big enlargements we've had in our recent European history, the huge importance that has for the enterprises, but also the massive impact it has on the European value chain and changes to the European value chains. And this is something we're focusing very much on and trying to help. It's a transition on both sides that needs to be facilitated. We're also, of course, working, because in order to make this possible for the enterprises and facilitating this integration, we also need to make sure that we're working very closely with the Ukrainian authorities on issues such as rule of law, fighting against corruption, reducing the influence of vested interest, and fighting against money laundering. Because that way through, we also increase the confidence in the integration and in the doing business with each other. So this is also very much on our agenda. We're also working hard with all the international donors. We have the coordinating role, the EU, in working with all the international donors and helping facilitate also trade that way around. It can be one big issue we're working very hard on at the moment is also addressing such issues as how to protect the private investment so that we can facilitate the foreign investment also in Ukraine. But these are just a few little areas where we are working very hard. We have also, as was mentioned earlier, on the financial side, worked on trying to mobilize support in many different areas. This is areas such as humanitarian aid, macro-financial assistance, budget support, emergency assistance, crisis response, and support to Ukrainian refugees in the EU, and helping them being able to continue to work and be part of the labor market, whether in the EU or still supporting the industries in Ukraine. And through this, as Maive Rute also mentioned earlier on, we've actually already provided support in the area of 67 billion euros. This is quite substantial. We're also working on identifying areas and prioritizing sectors needing further support. We are working very closely with the World Bank and the UN. Thursday last week, we adopted a report in Kiev where we had identified the damage and the needs assessment with a particular focus on 2023, in order to support those sectors where it's most needed, both for the Ukrainian economy, but thereby also for the enterprises, and where are the business opportunities, where are the potential for cooperation and integration. But on the more kind of single market aspects, we're working very, very closely with them on trying to facilitate the trade via the solidarity lanes. We need to be able to have also, the physical trade possibilities. We are all aware of the difficulties it's been for Ukraine in getting their goods out of the country during this horrendous period they've been through. And we have been working both on the solidarity lanes, which has really been a milestone that we managed to negotiate through last year, and which we are constantly working on trying to secure prolongations of. It's not always an easy, straightforward process with the partners we're working with on this, but we're investing a lot of energy with it together with colleagues in other parts of the Commission. But we are also looking into seeing how to go forward on this and making more sustainable, but also looking at where in other areas can we facilitate trade and make that more stable, which is also something that would help businesses going forward. And on the trade-related assistance to Ukraine, in addition to the solidarity lanes, EU has also provided significant support for Ukrainian exporters by having suspended all import duties and trade defense measures since 4th of June 2022. This has allowed Ukraine to gain direct positive economic impact. It has also a strong political signal of our continued solidarity and support. During the EU-Ukraine summit, the President of the European Commission, von der Leyen, also agreed with Ukrainian counterparts to accelerate work for measures to integrate Ukraine further into the EU single market, which was also mentioned briefly in prior presentations. But this included both trade liberalization, progress on access to EU markets for industrial products, and including Ukraine in the EU market for mobile roaming. These and other measures certainly will help Ukraine's economy during the war and later on in the view of the reconstruction. In the service that I'm representing here today, we are also working very closely with the authorities on the enlargement process itself, because it all has to be embedded in that from our point of view. And actually we have already engaged a lot with the authorities on identifying the areas that should be the first and prior areas of reform, which exactly will facilitate also the economy and the trade and the integration. So this was a bit in a rush. We're doing a lot of work. So as I said, I could speak for a very, very long time. But I will be happy to further elaborate on it, of course, and then engage with you all in the next day.
Thank you, Madam, on this overview, indeed, of all the work you are doing in enlargement. Johan, you are responsible for Danube strategy and Baltic strategy, so collaboration, and you animate this is something that is your core duty. What is your view on this collaboration?
Well, there are I say, like Marlene said, there are so many things to say that I could talk for a very long time about this, and you probably won't even like to listen to me for that long, so I'll try to keep it short. But let me just say two things before I start to reply to your question, Marek. First of all, this is the second time that I attend the Clusters Meet Regions, let's say, event. I had the pleasure to do the same thing some half a year ago, I think, when it was going from Katowice in Poland. So this is my second Clusters Meet Regions, and certainly not my last. And also this room, because now we are in a room where, like, I think 5 months ago, we had, and I was sitting basically where I'm sitting now, with the same shoes. We had the annual forum for the Danube strategy, which is the big, like, annual event we do for we have 4 EU macro-regional strategies, and the Danube strategy is one of them. And we did the 2022 version here in Kosice in this room, and it was a bit special because we had Ukraine as the presidency of the Danube strategy last year. So normally we would have made that meeting somewhere in Ukraine. We all know why we couldn't do that. And that's why our kind Slovak colleagues agreed to be technical hosts. That's why we were here. But the conference was shared by our friends in Ukraine, and particularly the chairperson, my dear friend Igor Korkovi, Deputy Minister at the Ministry of Territories, local authorities and regions in Kiev. So I have a little bit of history from this room. I tell you all this, but now, try to go back to your question. I think the DG, so I come from, as Marek said, another part of the European Commission, the DG for Regional Development and Urban Development. And we are responsible, we work with EU cohesion policy. Now, what is that? To put it in a possibly a little bit more simpler way, we have 2 big funds, the European Regional Development Fund and the Cohesion Fund, that are part of this policy. And we really, so the whole aim is to work to support the regions, the territories, the local authorities across Europe. We really have a territorial approach to this. And as you probably know, we are also, our policy is one of the biggest ones from a financial point of view in the EU. And just those 2 funds that I now mentioned to you, the European Regional Development Fund, the Cohesion Fund, together for the period 21 to 2027, they are approximately a bit more than 270 billion euros. So it's quite a lot of money. Not all will go to cluster development, but certainly some, and I will come to that in a moment. So really, a very big important part of our policy is to facilitate, to help, to support business. Obviously, the focus is very much on small and medium-sized companies, but not only. So we really see that a very important way to decrease this development gap that we still see between the regions in Europe can be facilitated, through the development of business. It's very, very important, obviously. But we also see that, but I think particularly small and medium-sized companies, possibly also, well, larger companies sometimes, one needs a bit of help, a bit of facilitation in order to, particularly, I think, look across national borders. And that is where we come in a nutshell, because our programs is also very much about cooperation. And let me give a very, very, very brief overview of these types of programs. I'm going to give you much more details tomorrow, but just to give you to get a flavor for this. So, first of all, we run, well, together with our colleagues in the member states, obviously, because we really work in something we call shared management. So it's the member states who select projects and so on. But, so, we have, first of all, big national and regional programs, and there is one such program here in Slovakia. It's called Slovakia, which can do very many things, and among the things that it can do is to support cluster development. And I will talk more about that tomorrow. So there's one type of programs that's really, if you like, at the European level where the big money is. But, and it's also interesting to say that these programs previously were very much focused on, on their country, on their region. But with the new regulatory framework that we have for this period, we have opened up the possibility also through such kinds of programs to support projects in neighboring regions and also across to the neighboring country and even beyond the border of the EU. So one can also support projects working, for example, Slovakia, Ukraine within this program. So that's a bit new. It's a big development for us who are very much in favor of cooperation. Now that's, one type of programs. But then, from the same fund, from the European Regional Development Fund, we also have programs which are specifically focusing on cooperation. And those are the programs that I'm sure many of you have heard the word interregional cooperation. And we have, well, I'm going to tell you 3 different types of such kinds of programs. The first one that I want to mention is what we call cross-border interreg programs. And this, it started off with cross-border programs between EU member states. But again, to cut it short, what we now also have are cross-border programs between EU member states and non-EU member states. And here, again, looking specifically at Ukraine, there are 5 such programs that we have, cross-border programs in which Ukraine is participating. And I'm going to tell you more about that tomorrow. And these programs are up and running, they are opening calls, and they are fully operational. So that's one type of programs, cross-border programs. Now, interreg, okay? Then we have another type of interreg programs, which are called transnational interreg programs. Now, what is that? Okay, they contain more countries than, just the cross-border. So it can be a whole kind of region, a macro region, for example, a Danube region. And that's why we have the Danube transnational program, which is now called the Danube Region Program, which covers all countries in the Danube region. And here again, they have specific possibilities to support cluster development. And then the third type of interreg program that I'm going to mention is such programs that cover the whole of the EU. And then we have one such, and Peter mentioned it already, Interreg Europe, it's called. And that program can support very many different types of things, but certainly also they are very active in the field of cluster development. So again, to cut it short, all our programs can support clusters. We have provisions for that in our regulation. The programs themselves look a little bit different because it's what I call shared management, which means that these programs are written, they are drafted by our colleagues and stakeholders out in the regions and in the countries. They put them together, the Commission approves them, but it's really, it comes really from the lower level, from regional level, from national level. So they look a little bit different, but they certainly all can support clusters. I also want to say one more thing, and that is that we from our side, one of the kind of aims of cohesion policy is also to bring in not only the regional level, but also the local level, local people, local business into the policy and try to support them. And that's also why this is important. And when we say local, we have a tendency, you know, to look at our village, our municipality, whatever we are, but but don't forget, because there can be a national border, and then, you know, people think away the thing that is on the other side of the border. But that's also local. If you can live in a kind of a cross-border area, like two cities which are built together, and they are on both sides of the border. So there's also local development. So again, we have to think a little bit beyond, if you like, the stereotypes here. We have a lot of information about this. There's loads on the internet. We have a fantastic database which is called Keep EU, keep.eu, where you can read about the projects in Interreg programs, transnational, cross-border, whatever you want. And we also have another fantastic database where you can see the allocation per program. And there's even a specific section where you can see the allocation per program for Interreg and for different types of activities there. So a lot of information is available, and it's very much a question of finding it, and we are going to talk more about that tomorrow. I think I'll stop there.
Yeah, Marian, thank you very much. I think in the script I have several questions I could pose to you, but I think I will give a chance to the audience if there are any. Yes, we have possible questions from the audience. I think that the best would be to give the floor and seize this opportunity that we have representatives here from national and EU level in such a crucial policy area.
Good afternoon to you all. My name is Vitaly. I'm the councillor of the chief of Kharkiv regional administration. It's near the border with Russia. So I'm very thankful for being here to Ukrainian Cluster Alliance. And to prolong your speech, I want to offer you to come to Kharkiv. And next, such meeting we can make in Kharkiv. I will cover the secure, all of the questions. So thank you so much for everything. It's not, I don't have any questions. I only want to just offer you to come to Kharkiv. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Maybe I will show you the dead Russians.
Thank you. This is definitely something we would like to have, to come finally to Ukraine, as well to have clusters meet regions in Ukraine, and we believe it can happen sooner than later. If there are there any questions, maybe still. Yes, please. There's someone who can, yeah.
Hello, my name is Sebastian Enkiewicz. I've got already occasion to cooperate with Olga, and also one of our cluster members, we are the Polish metal processing cluster, have one of the filia in Kharkiv. And we was in Kharkiv since 1 year and more, so we know what doesn't mean to work there, and Ukrainian workers are in Suwałki, are in Białystok, the children from the Crimea also, so we know how hard is the cooperation. And I've got occasion to meet Marek in Vilnius, in Prague, and the question for our side, when we will have concrete possibility to realize common projects with our partner from Ukraine. We know the politics pivot is really huge at the moment, but we need the concrete measures to realize our opportunities. Thank you very much.
Yes, Johan, I turn to you because you will have good news, and Marlene, maybe you as well.
Yeah, if I can try to reply to that, well, I can start to try to, perhaps you want to come in, but so as I mentioned, we have a number of programs, and some of them are cross-border, for example, Poland, Ukraine, and Slovakia, Hungary, Romania, Ukraine, and so on and so on. So these programs are open now. They have launched calls. I will give you a little bit more detail about which calls are opened tomorrow. But the general reply is that they have launched calls. You have to go on their website and see what they have open. So you should be able to submit projects right now.
Yeah, well, just to say that we are working very, very closely, both with other parts of the European Commission, but also with the Ukrainian authorities in identifying exactly those areas that will create barriers for cooperation with Ukrainian firms. But also to say, as I mentioned earlier, we're also fully aware that one thing is financial support, one thing is to address the regulatory barriers that might be there, and as I said, also the physical trade opportunities. But of course, there is also, because we cannot do everything at EU level, we cannot do everything at even with all the multi-donor level cooperation that we have. We also need the private sector engagement. We need the private sector to be able to help us in our support to Ukraine and to the Ukrainian economy and businesses. And for that, we are fully aware that one big issue is this thing about the war insurance to facilitate much of the investment needed. And we are working, I can assure you, literally night and day, on trying to find solutions. It's not easy questions, and we need to make sure that we're also coming forward with solutions that's legally solid and credible, because otherwise we will not get investors in to help either. But we are working very closely on it. I maybe just to say, when we were created as a service, it's actually the only country in the European Commission that has an entire directorate. It's just to stress a bit the huge emphasis we're putting on support to Ukraine in the European Commission. But there are many different barriers, so it would be difficult for me to give you a long shopping list, but I can only say we're really working very hard on addressing them.
Thank you. Peter, on your side in Hungary, do you have already intention to launch calls?
Calls related to
for clusters to use it for policy objectives?
Yes, of course. As I mentioned, that hopefully in the next months we will approve the strategy, and after the approval, I hope that a bunch of the calls will open. Of course, first of all, the calls we have to make a final agreement with the European Commission, but I hope that in the next months it will be succeeded, and in the next half year we will start a call for research and innovation, for SME development, for cluster management organizations, for collaborative R&D programs. So a bunch of calls will be launched in the next half year.
Referring to this, we have the direct management, and this is the programs like Horizon and Single Market Program. The calls are launched, but as well, I just want to share with you from the European Regional Development Fund, Cohesion Policy Funds, actually 370 operational programs have been adopted, which means that the calls are going to start being launched now. So it's it's the appeal for all cluster managers here to be very careful to watch the managing authorities' websites, because they are going to have actually avalanche of lots of calls to be launched at this moment. But having said so, thank you very much from the policymaker perspective. Let's go to practitioners, and to be honest, we don't have here with us Artur Bobownicki, who is thanks to him very much we are here from the head of the Slovak Innovation and Energy Agency. He is in the hospital, and we hope he will come back to health soon. But he told me, you must bring IT Valley from Kosice on the stage, because he is very proud of what is being done. And I think one of the elements of developing your competitiveness is very much being open for collaboration with beyond Kosice. So please, if Miriama, you could refer to this.
So hello, those were such a nice words. I have to say that Mr. Bobrovnitsky is very, very passionate about his work, and he's a really great guy, so we are very happy to cooperate with him. Let me welcome you here in Kosice, in my hometown, especially well in my country. And I would like to talk a little bit about our cluster, as you have mentioned, from the position of a practitioner. Just a few words about IT Valley. So our cluster is actually one of the oldest here in Slovakia. We are already existing for 16 years. And the reason why our cluster was established was due to the very difficult economic position which was back at that time in the region. And so regional authorities such as the Kosice self-government region, the city of Kosice, 2 local universities and tech companies back at the time have decided to establish a cluster. It's called IT Valley, as we know. And so the aim was to build the tech industry or IT sector over here next to the metallurgy industry, and also to increase the attractiveness of the region, as well as to build a workforce with the skills which are required by the private sector or by the market. So today we have more than 15,000 people who are working in IT, so the work was very well done, I may say. But during our work, we are focusing on 3 strategic objectives. The first one is the education and future skills. The second one is building innovative ecosystem, and the third one is building Eastern Slovakia as a great place to live and work. International cooperation, it's something what I think we could all talk a lot, but we have just 6 minutes. So when I was preparing for this discussion, I have decided to talk about three projects we have, and the different benefits they brought us to our members and to our region and the city where we live. So the first one was it's the Interreg program. We shared, it's called Cyber Europe. We shared the project with other 8 partners, and the outcome was well, we were focusing how we can build resilience in cybersecurity, how we can build SMEs which are active in this field, because our country and especially our region, it's belongs to the less developed regions. But thanks to this cooperation, we got a chance to talk to Estonian National Authority, also to the France, to Belgium, really to the countries which are really on the top of the class, I may say. And due to this cooperation, we have prepared a set of recommendations for our national authority here in Slovakia, which will be included also to our national strategy this year. So what we've got was actually the very it was very valuable knowledge sharing we got. The second cooperation, it's the cooperation between Slovakia and Hungary. It's a bilateral collaboration. We are focusing on how we can build digital skills here in the region of, it's called Abov. It's like the historical region. And so we share the knowledge. Also, we share the resources. And thanks to that, we have changed the curriculums in the high schools. We also had the chance to provide some equipment. It was the robotic sets. And thanks to that, we learned in easy way, we learned young people to code and kind of to build this relationship with the new technologies. And the third area of cooperation are the innovation missions, which we are organizing for our members. During the last year, we have actually organized 3 in Estonia, in Finland. The last one was in Israel, and our delegation was actually led by the State Secretary, Mr. Švec. He was talking today also. And so we are trying to show our region and our country as a tech hub, and maybe I think I haven't said it before that our members are mainly from they are software providers, So we get the chance to talk to companies which are from other sectors. And at the end of the day, there were some new businesses established. So thanks to the internalization of our activities, we brought access to new markets to our members. The great thing about our region is that actually only 20 minutes away from Hungary, with which we have a very great cooperation. It's also 2 hours to Poland. Oops. It's only 2 hours to Poland, which is also very good cooperation already established. And it's less than 2 hours to Ukraine, and the cooperation is not so great because due to the situation. I believe that this is something what we really have to work on more, and the Interreg projects is one of the best instruments for clusters. We are also using it a lot. So I believe it would be really great if also Ukrainian companies or Ukrainian clusters could be part of it, and we would love to have them on board. And the last thing I would like to mention is that sometimes I get the feeling that the clusters maybe are a little bit overlooked, but due to the crisis regarding the COVID and also the situation here due to the situation in Ukraine, me personally, I could see that it was the cluster who was taking the action. Because the state and the public sector, of course, is not so flexible in the situation. And when the war started in the 24th of February, in a very short time, in 48 hours, we could provide to the state and also to the region the apps for the people who are coming to Ukraine to find accommodation, for volunteers to sign up for their work. Also, we prepared the website like very shortly, and we kind of felt this is our responsibility. So I think the crisis showed that the clusters could do much more than they're actually doing, but sometimes we just don't see it.
Yeah. Miriam, thanks for this. It's excellent. You know, when in cluster policy we have as well lots of bibliography, but I think you're showing the examples, concrete examples. You're not writing about this, you are doing this. And I think this is the best evidence of usefulness and agility of clusters as well for other policies. And this gives me a chance now to move to Olga, and you're last but not least. It's made deliberately because then we have the session, and I think many of you are very much interested in the next session, which is doing business in Ukraine. But before we go to this session, Olga, you started with us March last year, and share us your views on experience and the future views. If you can have the slides, please.
Yes. Theodora? Oh, good. Okay, so if you don't mind, I'll stay. So first of all, I would like to thank you all. Actually, that you really accept us to the cluster family. And from the beginning of the March, from last year, every day, every morning, we had morning meetings with EN Ukraine, a Chamber of Commerce, with the European Cluster Alliance, with DG Grow, and from us, it was Alexander and I. And we were trying to support our companies. We did it every day. And then we understood that not just humanitarian support, to support us, do business with us. Because this is exactly what gives us also a feeling of freedom. This is very important feeling, you know. We didn't give up, but we also want to work. And this feeling really was, was given to us. And thank you for accepting us. And exactly already in April, we had already 3 matchmaking events with Polish clusters, with Polish metal cluster, with automotive cluster, with Celestial cluster, and we invited a lot of Ukrainian companies to participate in. And we did it because we understood that we need to work with you. And please work with us. This was our message from the beginning. And that is why, Ukrainian Cluster Alliance began to grow from the first days. In March, we were established already. And I do remember in July when we already participated in a global conference Impact in Ukraine together with Alexander. And I just received a letter that there is a call for cluster meets region. So would you like to participate? And I said, yes. And actually, thank you from Kharkiv. I'm also from Kharkiv. And I have submitted the form just running to the airport, and I pushed the button. I said, we want to have cluster meets region in Ukraine. Because actually we thought that the war should stop today. I mean, every day we were thinking about it. We still think about it. But in September, thank you so much during European Cluster Conference, and thank you for Artur Bobonitsky, for Daniel Esch, and for Slovak Cluster Alliance, that this conference happened, and it happened here, because it's still difficult to organize in Kharkiv, which I really dream to next time. We know why we do it. We know why all Ukrainians and all Ukrainian business do it. We know why Ukrainian clusters do it. Because we do not need Russian vault. We do not need this Russian bloody vault. We do need single market program. We need to be integrated into EU. We need to have, we do have the same values. We do have the same understanding of our life being, of our freedom. And we want to work with you, So we definitely, and this is exactly objectives which we share and which we are doing, during this year. Because we know why. Because we know how big impact to Ukrainian economy, to Ukrainian people, this single market and all these programs have. We know it and we do it. We do it with you. Of course, we were working so hard, and sometimes, we were learning by doing, because it's absolutely true. During this year, we did so many steps, sometimes even more than for the last 10 years, but we are still learning. Sometimes we do not know how it works. Yes, we do have developed our strategy, our priorities, our instruments. So we do it, and we do it again. We do it every day. Right now, we do have almost 60 clusters, have you imagined? And many clusters are joining, and they are rising without any public support. Without any, support of a lot of European or other monies which growing clusters in other countries. This is really bottom up, because our companies really would like to be united and to work together, to fight together for their common values. So there are so many facts. I actually, really, when we did this annual report, we tried to figure out how many meetings we had, how many events we had, how many conferences we had. Why? Because we were not doing it for KPIs. We were not doing it according to some projects or terms of reference, whatever, because we were doing it for all our clusters, to serve our companies, to serve our SMEs. This is important. We do it for you. That's why I really would like to ask all Ukrainian companies and representatives stand up. Please let us look at you. I'm sure there are 10 more or 20 more outside. And I do remember then when in September, Teodora asked me, Olga, how many could you bring to Kosice? I said, well, I don't know. We'll see. And right now we have more than 100 registered in the platform. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for coming. I think resilience of Ukrainian people, resilience and unbreakable Ukrainian business. It's really, I really hope that in some years it would be a really good example for many other countries, for many other people, how evolution could grow really the country from bottom up. This is exactly what is happening right now. And I also would like to ask other part of our auditorium, what you are expecting from us? Why you are here? Why you come to this conference? I mean, we do know why we come, because we are fighting for our future. We do it every day, and we pay very high price for that. Why you come? What do you expect? Thank you. What else? And for cooperation, this is exactly the right momentum. This is the momentum for building trusted relations, for building trusted cooperation, and this is exactly why we will not just stopped and wait, will not just give up, will not just tied with many things we have. We really were working, and working. We have events, meetings, conferences, because we do understand that this is exactly the value which we would like to share with you, and we would like to work with you. We do understand, and today it's already was talking that, running for cheap resources, for cheap raw materials and cheap labor costs definitely wouldn't give you a future. So what we could offer, it's human-centric, resilience, and really motivated, high-skilled workforce and Ukrainian people who really open to cooperate and really thinking about future sustainability and our common future. So just to finish, and more practical, I want to quote one person which I respect too much. He's a member of our cluster, and he just wrote me just benefits why they didn't escape from Ukraine, having 3,500 employees. It's not SME, but still, it's a good example why. Because at the beginning, they wanted to support Ukrainian people. And in 1 year, they have quality award, worldwide quality award for their products, and they are highly motivated people. Can you imagine? So this is our story. This is our story, and we do build our ecosystem. We want to build our ecosystem, which is based on trusted cooperation, trusted relations, with open relations. We know that we have a lot of challenges, and we are working with it every day. But still, we do it, and we, of course, what I would like to ask you, please stay for tomorrow, listen to our pitches, listen to our clusters, which came specially for you to establish this cooperation, and please use your momentum. And probably in some years, you also will have worldwide quality award for cooperation, for your business and partnership with Ukrainian companies. So thank you so much. Stand with Ukraine, doing business with us. And just to finalize, I want to say that for me, Slava Ukraini means that united Ukrainians fighting for common European future with recovered, resilient, and innovative Ukraine. Thank you so much.
Olga, actually, I don't want to conclude this session. It's a very good introduction for doing business in Ukraine and with Ukraine for the next session when you will see practical things. And I don't want to prolong it anymore. Clusters are key for European and Ukrainian collaboration and Ukrainian integration into the EU. I think with all what we heard, nobody can deny. So we can conclude that clusters will play a role, and we will work on this further as we do since March last year, so it will continue. Let me thank you very much to the panelists, with big applause to all speakers, and we move to the next session. Thank you much.
Yes, thank you very much to all. It was very inspirational. Thank you for everything, Olga, you said.
Are you wired? No.
Okay, so I would like the panelists from the next session, which is the practical aspects on doing business with Ukraine, to join us on the stage. And I would like to present the moderator of the session, Martin Dies. She's a senior expert at DG GROW, the European Commission. Also, yes, please, if you can be able to. Yes. Mm-hmm. And in the meantime, all that are part of this session and are here in the room, please, because we have some panelists here that will be joining us online. They are already waiting for us. So Martin is not going to ask you one by one to join the floor, so I'll kindly ask you to join us. Yes. Take your seats, please. Yes, Mr. Alexander Deluba, he will also join us. They're having a separate meeting, which he will report, but in the meantime, yes, we have. Perfect. Yes, perfect. Just okay. So, Martin, the floor is yours.
I hope you can hear me all.
Yes.
It's really a huge pleasure for me to be here. We have a difficult task to speak at the end of this very intense day, but I think it's also a very important moment because we will be talking about how to do business in Ukraine despite all the uncertainties that we are all aware of. We will have some speakers, and I would like to welcome the speakers who are here with us today. We also have online speakers, so we will have quite a dense session. And I could already feel that there are lots of very competent people on the topic who are already doing business in Ukraine today, and I would also like to leave some room for interactivity and for questions. But maybe just one more word how I want to organize this session. We will be covering different topics. First of all, the economic background, because some of you just joined for this session. So to have a quick overview about what is the current economic situation in Ukraine. We won't be talking about the legislative framework. We heard a lot about it already. And of course, the two go hand in hand together. Then we will be talking about the type of services that businesses, both from the EU and Ukraine, can expect for doing business cooperation. We will then be going into an important subject of investments. Many of you are already familiar and already investing in Ukraine and are interested to know about further opportunities. And really the word is, it's time to consider investing in Ukraine. Don't wait for too long. Many of you here are actors of change, and you know how important it is to be there as the first or the front runner. You will definitely reap more benefits of this position. And last but not least, subject that we will be covering today will be export credit insurance. And we will have also some speakers who will tell us about what is already available today in Ukraine. But before, as I mentioned, we will we have been also organizing a survey among EN and cluster organization last month, to have a clear understanding about all the problems that you have been facing during the last year. And out of all those who responded to this survey, we got the information that 70% of you really had a bad impact of the war in Ukraine. They were affected by loss of clients, they were affected by supply chain disruptions, all business sector combined. 63% of the respondents also stressed that they do not have the necessary information about the business environment and the business opportunity. Hence, I think our session today is really appropriate and a very good timing for that. We also mentioned the importance of the private sector, and it was both Marlene Madsen who mentioned it, and also Prime Minister Shmyhal mentioned it as really a very important key player in the reconstruction of Ukraine. But as I mentioned, let's start first with our first online speaker, Volodymyr Panchenko. He's the head of the Analytical Center of the Ukrainian Cluster Alliance. So, good afternoon, Volodymyr. Are you with us? No? Ah, yes.
Yes, hello.
Hello, Volodymyr. So the first question goes to you. So could you tell us the main difficulties that are currently faced by Ukrainian companies and how they are trying to overcome them?
Yeah, I have a very difficult task because after this inspiring speech of Olga, come and do business in Ukraine, then I am, as analytical center, have to present information which is online and which you can get everywhere openly. So we have to tell that the situation with the companies, small, medium enterprises and big enterprises is the same in Ukraine. There are some differences between them in a share of losses which they got last year and the share of problems, but they face all the same problems like decline in income, decline in supply, broken supply chains, lost customers, and all that from 20 to 40%. So in fact, in 2022, when we analyzed the situation, more than 70% of the companies expected growth in 2022. The same share of the companies have losses last year, so we all know why, but a very difficult task to tell what to do, because the companies usually they run out of money, and more than 30% of the companies have their financial basis left only for half a year. And as the National Bank of Ukraine in the middle of 2022 to curb inflation increased the interest rate, then we have the interest rates of 25 to 27% yearly in hryvnia, local currency. So last in this brief analysis is about the growing prices, which you in Europe have the same situation with the resources growing in price. That means the cost generally costs grow, but the consumer demand is down. We have high migration and also the general decline in consumption. So this is also a challenge to the companies. And also now the growing challenge is mobilization, which influences on the staff. Many companies lost around 10 to 15% of the staff. This is not much, but usually the patriotic part of people, they are engineers, IT specialists. In fact, this is the core staff of many companies. So there is also a challenge for the companies. What to do, how to make money together with Ukrainian companies. Well, the problems are the opportunities, as we know from SWOT analysis. So when we talk about the personnel, very big opportunity is on creating jobs for the qualified personnel from east and south of Ukraine. We have around Kiev and in cities like Vinnytsia, not speaking about the western Ukraine, we have a big number of people who have want to higher education in machine building, but they cannot find themselves in their professions. So those are tens of thousands of people, and you can find a qualified personnel to organize business. So this is really an opportunity, and also there is an opportunity to retrain people. Many of them cannot find job because they are not prepared to get jobs in psychology or philology because they are from the manufacturing sector, but retraining them is also possible. Also, the opportunity is to retrain and train people in rehabilitation centers. We have this demand, and it is growing constantly. So when we talk about the clusters, what clusters are to grow this year and next year, the clusters of manufacturing construction materials, the clusters of the construction, which I mentioned already, the clusters of metalworks, which is possible. So I know that there are discussions over there at the Kosice Forum about the high-tech, high-end clusters, but we have to also think about what is the necessity of Ukraine today. And why I'm talking about that, because when we talk about the partners of Ukraine, the European countries, the United States of America, they support Ukraine in the nearest and the closest needs of the society. So to rebuild the infrastructure, the need is in the clusters which I mentioned just a few seconds ago.
Okay.
So also the cluster opportunity is for the financial services, which I mentioned the problem and the challenges that the companies cannot get financing in hryvnia, which is very expensive. So everybody who is coming here to give financial services will be successful. And also with the coming support next quarter and next year with the recovery of Ukraine, with the help of the international partners of Ukraine, the consultants have to be ready to prepare all the documents for the recovery, because when the time starts, you have to be ready with all permissions for buildings, for facilities, and for start of your business.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Volodymyr. I would like to pass on the floor now to Gennady Chizikov, who is the president of the Chamber of Commerce of Ukraine. So Gennady, we have already been in touch several times, and I know that you are really very keen in encouraging many SMEs and clusters to come to Ukraine, to invest in Ukraine. Can you just tell us also briefly why is the good time now to do business with Ukraine?
Very, very simply, thank you very much, Martin, for this opportunity to take part in this conference and to answer your question. 1 year of the war passed, and Ukraine, if I can say, continues to live in the situation on war and life balance. You heard today a lot about the difficulties. Our GDP down nearby 30%, inflation it's nearby 30%. Unfortunately for us, for Ukraine is a export-oriented country, and our export also down. They go down nearby 30%. But from our side, we speak today about the possibilities. We speak about the resilience. And from what for us, it's very important. For Chamber of Commerce, Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce, we have 25 offices in every region. And 95% of our members, first of all, this is small and medium-sized businesses. And for us, for Chamber, it's very important what most of Ukrainian business, our members try to continue their activities. And we calculate what after the very difficult period of time, and first of all, first months, now nearby 85% of our members, the Ukrainian exporters, continue their activities. It's demonstrate the big spirit of Ukrainian business entrepreneurs and our desire to work. And what's interesting, we have a lot of contacts with our international partners, and more international companies already are seeking to invest, to think about the future, how they take part in the future reconstruction and rebuilding of Bucharest. It's also very interesting. Despite what our GDP and export down, we lost, unfortunately for us, in the eastern part of Ukraine, it was occupied or destroyed nearby 70% of our capacity to produce steel and metal. At the same time, we see the growth in such type of industries. It's a unique situation. Our IT sector demonstrated growth. The innovation sector of the economy also demonstrated growth. It's demonstrated that Ukraine are open for big challenges. Of course, Ukraine also associated with the huge potential of the agriculture sector. In the pre-war period of time, Ukraine exported nearby 100 million tons of different type of products. First of all, agriculture, steel, and other products. And now, of course, it's very difficult because 2/3 of our border is closed. You understand why. We have only 2 opportunities. It's Port of Odessa, Green Corridor, and it's very important for not only for Ukraine, but also for all world, because due to this opportunity, our grain, our corn go to the country what's very much needed in the food in Africa, in Asia, and many, many other countries. But this, for me, like a person who connected with the business, who united business, for me, very important what Ukrainian business is very much survivable, demonstrated resilience and desire to do something. Of course, due to the war, our market became a little bit smaller, but what's Ukrainian business doing? We're looking for new opportunities in Europe. And due to, as you know, the Ukraine got in the June of last year, the candidate status to the European Union. And this opportunity gave the new challenges and new possibilities for Ukrainian businesses start to work more actively internationally. And export for us became very, very much very important. And we are very much appreciated, the European country, first of all, members of the European Union, for support our our neighbors in Slovakia, Poland, Romania, Moldova, and many who we see a real support of this country in support of small and medium-sized business. And from my point of view, the future of Ukraine, it's not only production of the agriculture sector, but first of all is the food processing. And this gives the opportunity for Ukrainian business and for international business to think about this and to walk in this direction. But also, I would like to use this opportunity to say that from 2016, we are part of the European Enterprise Network. And this year, our organization, the Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, coordinates the EN activity in Ukraine. In the frame of this project is very important for Ukraine. First of all, for small and medium-sized business, for their internationalization, to give them some knowledge, etc. We are working with more than 69 countries. We assist, we guide companies to find more sustainable models of businesses, support them with rules and conditions, how to work in different markets. It's very, very important. Just during the last year, more than 4,000 Ukrainian companies have been served by our colleagues from EN services. Very, very important. More than 500 unique clients got the personal support of the EN advisors. It's very important, especially for Ukraine and for Ukrainian business, for small business in this special period of time. And I would like to say from the name of the Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce, that type of activities of our friends and partners first of all, from European countries is very important, and Ukrainian business feeling this, and we would like, and Ukraine would like to be not like just a partner. We would like to be a positive partner for European countries. We would like to work together according to the rules in Europe, and to be very positive in this. Thank you very much for this opportunity to say this word, but from my point of view, Ukraine can be a very important partner for Europe. Ukrainian business will play some role, and from my point, important role in the future. And we, like Chamber of Commerce, will do our best for this.
Thank you very much, Nadi, and I really know that indeed you will do your very best, and you are surrounded with also a very nice team, including the cluster organization, including Alexander, who is here with us today, and also Olena, the General Manager of Enterprise Europe Network Ukraine. So for those of you who are here and have specific questions, I invite you to contact them during the course of this conference. In Ukraine, we know that there are other interesting organizations who are also helping very concretely small and medium-sized companies to go international, to innovate, and who want to export abroad. And I would like now to ask Andrei Litvin to join us. Andrei is the Deputy Director of the Ukrainian Entrepreneurship and Export Promotion Office. So, Andrei, welcome to this conference. Unfortunately, you couldn't be with us physically, but I know that you are very eager to tell us all about the type of services that you can offer to help Ukrainian companies to enter EU markets. So can you tell us more about your experience, the type of services you can offer, and a few words also about DIA Business, which is really a very impressive tool that has been set up in Ukraine and that can inspire many other EU governments when they want to help their businesses. So thank you.
Good afternoon, Martin. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you very much, first of all, for the invitation to participate in this forum. It's a pleasure for us to tell more about Ukrainian businesses and opportunities to do it with Ukrainian businesses. So I'll share my screen to show you some slides, short presentation about our services and the business project, as you mentioned. I hope you see it well. So this is the full screen. Yeah. So we are as a state institution, Entrepreneurship and Export Promotion Office, starting from the 2020, providing with the Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine the national project called DIA Business. This is the part of a huge ecosystem DIA, probably a lot of, for now, even European citizens heard about this app DIA, when you can see your passport, ID, driver license, pay taxes, and so on. So this is the part of this huge project DIA, actually, and the main aim of this project is to provide support and help for the Ukrainian small and medium-sized businesses. This is divided into two parts, so online and offline part. The online part, this is a huge platform divided into two directions. The first platform is responsible for the support of SMEs internally in Ukraine, including DIA business centers, offline spaces, and the second platform is for the exporters, mainly exporters, because previously, before we started to provide and implement this project, we were responsible for the export promotion of Ukrainian goods and services. Also, even during the war, we are developing and we are opened one center abroad in Warsaw. The main goal was to support Ukrainian refugees and the business representatives. So here you can see some examples of the services and issues, questions which could help our center in Warsaw. So it's working now. And also the center, one of the goals of the center is to promote Ukrainian products internally in Poland. A few months ago, we launched the project for the 20 Ukrainian companies, which also will be promoted internally in Poland. And now about sourcing services. This is the main service for foreign buyers. As my colleague Olga Trofimova told, do business with Ukraine. This service is for foreign buyers who would like to do business with Ukraine. As we usually talk, we don't need support for the Ukrainian business, we need contracts. This is the main issue and the argument for us to work, because now there is a really decrease in internal market because of a huge migration. So export is an only way to survive for Ukrainian businesses. And we are providing a service for foreign buyers to look for the Ukrainian companies. So how it looks like, the foreign buyer could send us a request for any company for any sector, and we are providing the long list and short list of Ukrainian producers to the foreign buyer, with the following organizing of the meetings and facilitation of the negotiation for the first steps. So this is how the procedure looks like by the steps. The first customer requests to the EPO. We are sourcing the Ukrainian companies, making a teleconference via Zoom, Google Meets, any other tools, and search for quality and suitable suppliers, and then B2B meetings. So even during the war, we have cases with the contracts, and I'll provide you an example. The main benefits, so we are the government agency, so there is a status and reputation. We are providing only verified companies to the Ukrainian registers and the companies after the checking by our employees. And also there is a professional team from our side which is responsible for that. So do not hesitate to contact us, because we have a huge range of Ukrainian products with high value added, and Ukrainian catalog. So this is the first step. You could see to the Ukrainian companies. We added on my slides QR codes. So you can go directly to the website, see the Ukrainian companies which were already checked. And if you're interested in cooperation, just request an assistance and we will contact you and provide the necessary information with the information of the company representatives. Going to the next slide. So this is an example of our cooperation with Denmark retail chain Coop. So the story is very simple. The company was interested in Ukrainian products, firstly to support Ukraine and Ukrainian companies. They came through the embassy to us to screen the Ukrainian companies and Ukrainian producers what could be interesting in Denmark. we and 4 Ukrainian companies signed the contract. And what's interesting, the buyer came to Ukraine in July the previous year to see the Ukraine, to meet the Ukrainian companies. This is very important. So we inviting people to have meetings also in Ukraine to see that production is working, because this is extremely important. And we see it during our participation at the international exhibitions, that people have to understand that Ukrainian business is working. Yes, we have a full-scale war, but we are working and we are delivering the products, the services, whatever it takes. And also a few facts about our activities during the war. We are organizing international events. Mainly, this is national pavilions at the international exhibitions. So even during this year, the 3 months, we had 3 national pavilions at international exhibitions. The first one was for the furniture sector in Las Vegas, United States of America. And after this exhibition, we have 4 signed contracts. Also, the second exhibition was BioFar, when 23 Ukrainian companies presented their products. This is exhibition for organic. And what's interesting, organic is one of the sectors which increased in export during the previous year, as well as IT sector. And also, like 2 weeks ago, we came from the Euroshop, the biggest retail exhibition at the world. Also, we were presented there with the National Pavilion of Ukraine. And as well, you can see here the platform. For example, if you would like to buy any Ukrainian products, we, with our partners, created a platform called Made with Bravery. So this is like e-commerce platform where you could see the Ukrainian products from small and medium-sized businesses only. And here are my contacts. So if someone interested in cooperation with Ukrainian businesses, please contact me directly. I am responding very quickly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrei. Indeed, I confirm that you are really fully involved and almost available 24 hours, 24 hours a day to really help Ukrainian businesses, to put them in touch with European international partners. And then I think you have excellent tools that have been set up over the last years and even further developed during the war. We also have here on the panel, we have Svetlana Mikhailovska, who is the Deputy Director at European Business Association Ukraine. Svetlana is also extremely active with her organization in helping companies of different sizes in Ukraine to export to EU countries, but also helping EU companies who are interested to import or to invest in Ukraine. So, Svetlana, can you tell us a bit more about the type of services that EBA is offering and in terms of business cooperation?
Thank you, Martina. Thank you very much, first of all, for inviting and for having me today. And thank you for organizers for arranging this kind of events. They are indeed very important. First of all, let me briefly inform you about the European Business Association. EBA is the largest international business community association in Ukraine. We, as of today, represent around 900 member companies. Last year there were 1,000 member companies, but still, we are still the largest. Within the association, we have over 27 different committees bringing together companies depending on the industries they work or on the topics they are focusing on. And even during the war, the number of initiatives and appeals from business communities never dropped down, but rather increased. And last year, we established 3 new committees within the association. One of them is about business security, bringing together companies dealing with the security issues, cyber security, physical security, asset security, due diligence, etc. Another committee is subsoil use committee, and we even have a joke that, of course, housing are much more dangerous investments rather than subsoil projects. and Recovery Ukraine Committee, bringing together companies that have already committed their involvement in the recovery projects. So our primary activity obviously is advocating and lobbying for legitimate interests of member companies, but also we do a lot in terms of European integration and inspiration of Ukraine towards European Union. EBA was deeply involved during the FTA negotiations, negotiations, and at this stage we are also deeply in collaboration with the European Commission, with the delegation of the European Union to Ukraine and other European institutions to support both Ukrainian government and Ukrainian businesses to get ready to new highly standards. By the way, the session before, when it comes to single market and initiatives, one of the priority for EBA for both European companies doing business in Ukraine and for Ukrainian companies interested in doing business in Europe, ACA and signing the ACA is one of the major priority. Me personally working on this particular issue in terms of technical regulation for a long, long period of time. Again, we do collective advocacy. We do support our companies in their willingness to export right now because as it was mentioned, unfortunately, due to the war, Ukrainian market is shrinking and some of companies are interested to go global. And last year, we as EBA launched our exterritorial arm, Global Business for Ukraine, which is now registered in Switzerland, to unite companies and businesses that are not physically present in Ukraine, but have Ukraine in their business perspective radars. And what we do share information. Martina mentioned at the very beginning the results of the surveys that businesses in Europe, their lack of information, real trustful information. Since we do monitorings and researches around our members, we share this information with potential newcomers to Ukrainian market, the real information. We do not force them to invest right now because obviously it's quite risky. But in this case, I hope we will touch upon this topic in terms of risks insurance and investments risks insurance. That's another lobbying initiatives we do on behalf of European companies interested in doing business with Ukraine at the level of the European Union. We arrange a number of events in Germany, Poland to spread the information and current opportunities that are already available through the export credit agencies and through different other mechanisms in terms of access to finance. And last but not least, but I would really want you to know, because I'm really flattered that not only me, but lots of speakers before said that we're really grateful and thankful for European Union, for European companies and European people for your support, for what you do in terms of humanitarian need, financial, macro-financial, and obviously army support. But what we really need in terms of sustainability when it comes to economics, really we need to do business together, to be profitable with each other. So just for your understanding about the current situation from the field in Ukraine, despite the war, thousands of companies emerged, around 3,000 new legal entities were registered last year in Ukraine, and 200,000 private entrepreneurs were registered in Ukraine. This Monday we had our EBA board meeting, and one of the CEOs of our boards, Bayer CEO, he encouraged other board members to go to opera. He said, go come see Giselle, it's amazing. So life is going on. People are really resilient. Businesses are really resilient. And Ukrainian companies going abroad we want you to think about them not as your competitors, but rather as value added to the whole value chain of the European Union. You may remember the situation in terms of cable producer for cars when the automotive industry of the whole Europe was disrupted for a certain period of time. I had a conversation with Spanish business associations, and they said to me that they never thought that Ukraine is one of their main trade partners in businesses before the war. But when the logistics routes were broken and disrupted, they understood that the whole porcelain industry of Spain is dependent on white clay, which is produced and extracted from the western part of Ukraine. So again, EBA in Ukraine, supporting Ukrainian and businesses that do business in Ukraine right now. Global Business for Ukraine, our exterritorial arm established last year, supports European companies interested in doing business in Ukraine. And we will be happy to support you in your interests and perspectives in terms of reconstruction projects. They will come for sure, and the money will come, and business will be profitable. I'm convinced about this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I promise that we will have some time for questions. So after this round of presentations concerning the different types of services that are available, do we already have any questions from the audience here? And of course also from our online participants? No? In any case, Svetlana will be staying with us, and she will soon be talking about investments. But don't hesitate, really, don't be shy. This is your opportunity. We all know that the environment is still, business environment is still, I would say, in the making, that lots of things are happening on the EU level, but also in Ukraine. We are talking a lot about reconstruction, and of course reconstructions and investments go hand in hand. And so my transition is here. I'm happy to see that Sergei has joined us. So now we will talk about the third topic that we, for this panel, and this is about investment opportunities. So, Sergei, we are very happy to have you with us. You are the CEO of Ukraine Invest. So first of all, if you could tell us what Ukraine Invest is all about, and what are the opportunities for, especially for SMEs. I know that you've been working with larger companies, but there are also opportunities for small and medium-sized enterprises who would want to invest in Ukraine. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. I will launch my presentation now. Second. Can you see it on the screen?
Yes. Yes, no problem. Not anymore now.
Not anymore. 1 second.
Maybe our technicians can help.
Can you see now?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. So again, thank you very much for the invitation. And we'll be talking about Ukraine Invest. We'll be talking about opportunities for companies that operate in Ukraine, that are planning to enter Ukraine. And I would like to start with a thank you to European Union and to European Commission, all European organizations and European enterprise for supporting Ukraine during these challenging times. And as previous speakers told before me, we will succeed and we will have a very profitable and promising relationship. I don't know why, but I cannot go to next slide. Ah, yes, it's working. Yes, so Ukraine Invest. Ukraine Invest is the investment promotion office of the government of Ukraine. We were set up initially in 2016 as an organization that was supported by donors. And then from 2018, we were moved to a status of a full-fledged state institution of the government of Ukraine. We provide several services to investors and to businesses that are interested in Ukraine. First of all, we are active in investment attraction. So we consistently and continuously reach out to businesses throughout the world. We are interested in any investors that want to do business in Ukraine, greenfields, brownfields, JVs, small businesses, medium-sized, big-sized. It doesn't matter for us. For us, the most important thing is to have a success story. And every success story will bring additional investors to Ukraine. In order to feel investors comfortable in Ukraine when they are new to the market, we also help them to overcome any administrative issues. We provide support to them and troubleshooting. We are open 24/7 and support them all the time. Also, we promote Ukraine as an attractive investment jurisdiction throughout the world. During events like today, we do interviews and make publications about Ukraine. How we cooperate? We consult businesses on setting up and doing business in Ukraine. We advise them on how to implement investment projects in Ukraine. We explain to them what kind of investment incentives are currently available for them and what is applicable right now. We explain wartime-related issues like things like reservation of employees from mobilization for critical industry, temporary relocation or evacuation of businesses when needed from affected territories. Also, we provide businesses with macroeconomic and industry-specific matters, analytics, and we provide legal and tax support. We help them obtain licenses and permissions to do business in Ukraine. We operate on a B2G and a B2B level, so we support establishment of efficient cooperation with government bodies and local authorities. We help resolve issues, as I said, and also we advocate for improvement of regulatory policy because we are in constant touch with investors every day, and we know what they feel like when they do business, what needs to be improved, and then we communicate this to our partners in government and in parliament. Also, we help businesses identify business partners, and we match them between themselves when they are looking for a JV opportunity. Why invest in Ukraine? Because we have investment incentives. That's one of the most latest changes in Ukraine. So since 2021, Ukraine has introduced investment incentives mechanisms. I will focus on two of them. First of them is incentives for industrial parks. So any residents of industrial park in Ukraine, at the moment we have 61 industrial park registered, they can benefit from 10 years corporate income tax exemption. They could receive full or partial compensation of interest rates on loans for arranging industrial park or for carrying out economic activity within the park. Also, they can get access to non-refundable financing for arranging of industrial park, provided that budget of Ukraine, specifically during the war, permits that. They can get compensation for connection to engineering grids. Also, they can be exempt from VAT on import of new equipment and additional incentives. The other incentives is provided by the law on state support for significant investment projects. The law is applicable to projects that will invest at least 20 million euros in Ukraine, create 80 jobs, and they would operate in the following sectors of economy, which are quite vast. So all processing industry, extraction or mining, waste management, transportation, warehousing, postal and courier services, logistics, education, healthcare, tourism, hospitality, sports, and even arts and culture. So companies that comply with this regulation, they can get up to 5 years corporate income tax relief. They could be exempt from paying VAT on import of new equipment. Also, they can be exempt from paying import duty on such equipment. They could receive state support to construct related infrastructure for greenfield or brownfield that they're doing. And also they can lease or state or communal land plots without an auction. So it will be a special procedure. When you invest 20 million euros, you also can get an investment agreement with the government of Ukraine, where you will have to stipulate your responsibilities to implement this project within 5 years, and state of Ukraine will stipulate its responsibilities for the term of up to 15 years. We have a new draft law submitted to the Parliament of Ukraine, where we propose to decrease threshold from 20 million euros to 12 and threshold from 80 jobs to 50. This is connected again to a full-scale invasion and the need to rebuild economy, the need to rebuild our industry specifically. Also, when we talk about SMEs, we have state programs that support them before the war, supported them, and during the war specifically. So the purpose is to increase production volumes, exports, to substitute imports, to incentivize high-tech production and introduction of innovations, creation of new jobs, and return of migrant workers to Ukraine. So the maximum amount of loan is up to 60 million hryvnias, which is about $1.5 million or euros. And the state of Ukraine can offer through banking system a 0 interest, 5% interest, 7 or 9% interest rate. And this program can last up to 5 years. Also, we have special incentives for agri-businesses. That is very relevant for SMEs in agri-sector. So we have special budget subsidies, and we have partial reimbursement of the invested costs. Amount of state support that is available, up to 50% of the investment in construction of facilities and processing enterprises, up to 80% of the values of breeding animals, up to 30,000 hryvnias per farm animal, that is about 800 euros approximately, or even less, about 700. And up to 60,000 hryvnias per bee family owner. This is about $1,500 or 1,400 euros. So the maximum amount of state support that can be granted for agri producers is 67 million hryvnias, which is approximately about 1,500, about 1.5 million euros. So supported activities is purchase of breeding animals, construction of grain storage and processing enterprises, livestock farms facilities, keeping an increase in farm animals. We also have a state program called e-Robota. Robota is work, translated from Ukraine, for startups and SMEs. In July, this program was launched in Ukraine with the aim of creating tens of thousands of new businesses and jobs. The program provides grants for starting new businesses and as well to expand operations of SMEs. So grants for businesses that are available up to $7,000, grant for gardening up to $11,000, grant for processing industry up to $220,000, grant for greenhouse up to $200,000, a grant for IT startup about $100,000. Ukraine Invest troubleshooting assistance, that is something relevant for operations of SMEs specifically because they may not have big legal teams or GR teams at the same time. Big companies, they have these teams, so for them it's easier to operate in some circumstances. So I will give you two examples, for example, how we support businesses when they are faced with administrative issues. This is not a common practice in Ukraine, but happens sometimes. And our task is to make Ukraine issue-free at all. So we need to have effective state administration throughout the country. But some cases still exist, and we are always happy to support businesses. So case number one, a leader in manufacturing of building materials was modernizing facilities in Ukraine in order to transition to the use of alternative fuels. So in order to proceed with implementation of such project, investor needed to finalize the updated environmental impact assessment report. So we engaged with the Ministry of Environmental Protection and Natural Resources of Ukraine. We had consultations with investor, consultants and ministry and relevant authorities. We resolved this issue and investor received such report in due course. Case number two, an example. So a producer of tin packaging relied on raw materials for production of goods in Ukraine. The ban on cross-border currency transfers for the period of martial law was restricting the investor's ability to import necessary raw materials. So we were approached by the company. We engaged with the National Bank of Ukraine, Ministry of Economy of Ukraine, discussed this issue. And also then we put a joint discussion platform between investor and stakeholders, conducted consultations, and jointly developed a plan to resolve this issue. So we successfully passed this case and showed to the world, to the businesses, that Ukrainian authorities effectively coordinate even during the war. So it's very hard to imagine a country that operates effectively and with some stabilization of economy during the war. Ukraine is doing its best, and this is example of how this happens in Ukraine, and it happened quite quick. Ukraine invest and our results in 2022 after beginning of full-scale invasion against Ukraine. So we accumulated pipeline of 16 investment projects worth $2.3 billion. They will be implemented with support of Ukraine Invest. We assisted in resolution of 80 issues during the war and unlocked more than $150 million in investments. We provided advocacy support for more than 20 legislative initiatives to improve legislative framework. And we provided more than 1,000 consultations to businesses and investors on how to do business in Ukraine, how to operate in Ukraine, how to invest in Ukraine. All our services are free of charge from government of Ukraine. So I invite everyone who is interested in doing business in Ukraine or investing in Ukraine to contact us with any questions that you may have. Ukraine is open for business, and we can see from latest activities of investors that investment activity is picking up. We are now supporting investors from companies like Kingspan, global international producer of construction materials. We have been supporting investments from companies like Nestle, Unilever, Bayer, the company that Svetlana just mentioned, and other companies that in our pipeline, and we will be announcing one significant investment project today or tomorrow. It will be at least $30 million, international company that will build new facility in the west of Ukraine. So we will be happy to see more small and medium enterprises in Ukraine. This is a backbone of every economy. Ukraine is not an exclusion here, so I invite everyone to get in touch with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sergei. You got a round of applause, I think, for this very impressive and very comprehensive scheme to support small and medium-sized enterprises interested to invest in Ukraine. I would like to pass on the floor back to Zlitana, because if you can tell us a bit more about investment opportunities and also about your investment map. So, and this time I think you have a presentation. So this is for you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. To follow up on what Sergei mentioned, again, apart from those services that EBA provides, like advocacy, business development skills upgrade, because we have educational project and department, simply transparent dialogue with governmental officials and authorities to understand and to raise business concerns. We also do B2B. And what we thought last year that it is indeed very important, and especially when we registered our exterritorial arm, Global Business for Ukraine, we understood this lack of information, comprehensive information in one single and user-friendly format for foreigners that may show and provide information about the economic situation in different regions in Ukraine, but also in terms of business opportunities. So what we did, I'm not sure how to...
The green?
The green one, thank you. So what we did, unfortunately, because of this format of presentations, blue and something like this, you can't see the actual coloristic of this map, because when you go to the website, you will see the colorful interactive investment map of Ukraine. You may click on each oblast of Ukraine to find the comprehensive information about this region. Its specifics in terms of industry, people, some infrastructure information, etc., etc. But what is more important, you will find the projects there. Within a couple of months, because we launched officially this project together with Sergei and his team, Invest Ukraine, we already collected over 100 different projects. As you may see, more of them are from municipalities, more than half of them are from municipalities in terms of reconstruction, but the second part is from private businesses and concrete business opportunities. So here you will see the different industries that covered by those projects. What we do actually, any potential investor may sort the projects depending on regions, depending on industry, and may find more details about the project. It's like a visit card of the investment project, and all those projects are verified. First, because either they go through the EBA membership, so they are already verified by EBA board and EBA community. But when it comes to external companies that are not yet EBA members, because we made it as a marketplace and open opportunities for all who want to promote their businesses in Ukraine. They go through verification either through our partners like Invest Ukraine or YouControl. This is already the general amount needed to invest in all those collected projects. Again, we do it together. We promote this investment opportunities map through our exterritorial arm, Global Business for Ukraine. And this is an opportunity for companies to match with each other, because any potential investor may apply and file the inquiry that goes through administration of our staff and our experts, and then we match the project owner with the potential investor. And afterwards, it's up to them to decide either to go with this deal. But what is more important, if it become a real project or a real newcomer is interested in going to Ukraine with his or her or their investments, we as EBA are like backup for them. Would it be a necessity to address their particular concerns with the governmental officials, as it's complementary to what is Invest Ukraine doing. We're doing this with big team we have and the number of our collective individual initiatives. Collective are around last year were around 300 individual, less than 200 individual initiatives, and the rate of the efficiency when it comes to changing the laws, for instance, in terms of collective initiatives and changing legislative acts and improving the business climate from the legislative perspective, it's up to 65% of our proposals were implemented and decisions were taken in favor of businesses. When it comes to individual support, it's much higher, up to 92%, because we do not change the rules. We just address particular cases of companies and keeping in mind the current turbulent environment, both in business community and in the government, it's very important to have this transparent and ongoing dialogue with different governmental authorities. That's what we do. Thank you.
Now, to move to the last block of topics that we will cover today, and that's export credit facilities. So the next speaker will be Oksana Okeretiana, member of the management board of the Export Credit Agency in Ukraine. Oksana, are you with us?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
very good.
Yes. Hello, everyone. I would like to share screen. Please tell me if you see it.
Fine.
Yeah, wonderful. So, greetings, dear delegates, speakers. I would like to start by saying thank you to the organizers. You have done a wonderful job by gathering here such wonderful speakers who definitely demonstrate their readiness to move from theoretical support to practice. Now let's talk a little bit about the possibilities of Ukrainian ACA and support for Ukrainian exports. A couple of numbers about Ukrainian export. The year 2022 could become a record year for the Ukraine in terms of export volume in the entire history of independence. Of course, if there wasn't the full-scale invasion of Russia. The beginning of the year was very optimistic, but everything has changed since March. According to the results of this difficult year, the export of Ukrainian goods amounted to 100 million tons for the total amount of $44 billion, which is 35% less than in 2021. Mr. Prime Minister mentioned our export structure, so I will not be focused on that issue. The most exported goods among these sectors remain agriculture and food products, which make up 53% of the total export of goods in 2022. Among the services, the most exported types were telecommunicational services, IT, transport, and business services. According to the results in 2022, Ukraine exported its goods and services to 233 countries and territories of the world. The main partner countries of Ukraine are Poland, Romania, Turkey, China, Hungary, and Germany. As well as Martin mentioned, I often hear that our partners feel the lack of information about the business environment in Ukraine. But fortunately, there are excellent English language researches. They are regularly updated, made by reliable providers, including the ABA, as Svetlana mentioned, the National Bank of Ukraine. We even started as ACA doing posts on LinkedIn with overview of that kind of researches. And summarizing them, we see that our exporters determine that main difficulty that they facing today is lack of access to financing, fluctuating exchange rates, trade barriers and competition, problems with logistic, political and economic instability. So how can we as ACA Ukraine help? ACA Ukraine is a state institution established to ensure the financial risk of exporters. So we are doing insurance. Accordingly, we provide insurance for receivables. At the same time, by doing the insurance for receivables, we verify the exporter's counterparty. So our Ukrainian exporters can be sure that it is safe and even more it's insured to work with this partner. We assist in obtaining financial for export contracts, including under the 579 program, which Sergei mentioned as well. It's a very good program for SMEs. Or we can help obtaining a bank guarantee. We can do it because the National Bank of Ukraine recognized the ACA Ukraine insurance contract as an acceptable collateral in last year in May. Of course, our capabilities are translated into our products, which are exactly the same as I mentioned before. Insurance of receivables, insurance of bank guarantees, and as well as export credit insurance, either individually or by portfolio. The last two are currently the most in demand because they solve the main problem of exporters, which we talked about earlier, the need for access to financing. For whom our services are. Of course, we are here in Ukraine to support Ukrainian exporters. Legislation, however, somehow limits our support. It is stipulated that we mainly support exporters of goods with additional value according to the codes specified in our law. However, there are no restrictions regarding exporting services. There is available on our website the special plugin where Ukrainian exporters can check whether ACA Ukraine can support their type of good. We are up to now we are limited in our total exposure up to our capital due to National Bank restrictions, but there are still capabilities to help our exporters. Last year made us richer in France. So now we are actively developing our services. We are deepening our cooperation with more expertise export credit agencies such as Polish Heger. I've spent the whole last week in Heger. I had a special, personally for me, training in insuring receivables. They have more than 30 years of experience, and Ukrainian ACA have only a little more than 2 years of experience. And recently, we've signed memorandum of understanding with Exim Banka SR. So I really hope that we will use that cooperation as well. Our employees undergo training and participate in multilateral meetings like Bern Union. We are now, since last year, we are a member of Bern Union, so it's a very good platform to exchange practical solutions. And of course, we are proud of our Ukrainian exporters. Today, I've heard a lot, and I really must, there are perfect words about their resilience and their strengths. It really inspires us as ACA to keep on working on our products and services. And at very opportunity, I repeat, inspires me as personal. Over the past year, we helped with the implementation of more than 40 export contracts, which with the total amount of export more than 3 billion hryvnias. So I invite you to us, let's see together how we can help you. Thank you.
To turn now to our Slovak partners, I think Lukáš Pajzak, you are the chairman of the Council of Slovak Exporters. I think it will be interesting for us to hear about your experience in exporting from Slovakia to Ukraine. What have been the main challenges, and how did you help your clients or your companies to overcome such problems?
Thank you very much. Good evening. I represent the Council of Slovak Exporters, which is a private entity. We are a membership organization. We're 100 members strong, so we're a boutique. If I look at you, you mentioned 900. We do 3 areas of support to the Slovak businesses. One is the collective voice, which is the obvious for any association. Second is networking, which is also the common activity. But the third, which I would like to point at, is the individual support that we provide to our members. It means that our member or a Slovak entity can reach to us with anything. But we're not doing business development, we do facilitation. And this is what I hear around this evening, is there is a lack of information, ineffective communication, etc. But yet what I receive over this course of this panel is information, even too much. I would be already lost now who I should reach out. Should I reach to you? Should I reach to the Chamber of Commerce? Should I reach to the export agency or our partner that we have in Kiev, and that is the Council of Exporters and Investors of Ukraine? And this is probably natural because Ukraine is our biggest neighbor. But I would like to point to the fact that there is something wrong what we have been doing. We are failing to communicate properly with the private sector. Sometimes we are trying to persuade ourselves that we're doing a good job. We talk government to government, associations to associations, but we should have a full audience of businesses because they know what they need, they know where to go, they know what is their desire to sell, where to succeed. We have been very active with Ukraine, and I've just a couple of areas. I mean, we could talk about the market that is out of the EU for Slovak exporters, maybe different legislative framework. Even though the economies are getting closer, there is less obstacles, less tax, less tariffs, and the economies are being aligned. But for example, what is problematic today is that logistics is getting stuck. I receive messages that trucks are waiting for 7 days at the border. So this is what we do, for example, as well. Then we intervene with our institutions and we try to unlock the situation. Our investors, for example, in Lutsk, Chemosvit Group has reached out to us at the very beginning of the war. How should they evacuate the Slovak personnel? Who should they talk to? Which border crossing to use? Then they ask us to help us with Exim Bank, for example, to get coverage or insuring of their financial operations, and Exim Bank has reacted to that. So we achieved to get some response, and now they are almost fully operational in Lutsk again. But then Ukrainian businessmen are coming to us. How to relocate the business? Who should we talk to? Who are the partners on your side? And if we look at Slovak exports, and you're asking for our perspective, we export to Ukraine 0.7 billion annually. Hungary does more than 1.5, and Poland and Belarus almost 5 billion. Throughout the presentations today, we have been told from the Cluster Alliance, 3 cluster activities with Poland already. We have seen photos with the Czech partners. Now in the latest presentation, it was among the main trading partners of Ukraine were mentioned Hungary and Poland, but not Slovakia. So there is something wrong. I think we have failed over the course of 30 years to really develop intense and friendly developed, but also in economic terms, neighboring partnership with Ukraine. I think we have been overseeing the market. There has been not too much of an interaction. We had Intergovernmental Commission on Economic Cooperation convened autumn last year after 10 years. So for 10 years, as of 2013, it didn't meet. And it is these unfortunate and difficult times that bring us closer together, affected by the crisis, by war. And it is good that this activity and this conference is happening. And I would like to thank you for inviting us. But I would like to leave maybe a little bit more room if we have for discussions, but we're ready to be flexible. We heard this today, there is no flexibility on the institutional side, but we are a private organization, so we're open to any inquiries from our members, but also from Ukrainian partners, and we're here to cooperate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I would like now to pass on immediately the floor to Diana Polony, who is the International Relations Director in Exim Banka. You have just, from Slovakia, you just referred to the active collaboration you had with her, and then indeed I will ask for questions, comments from the audience if we still have a bit of time.
Thank you very much. I would like to follow to Lucas, as he said, there is still room for cooperation. And first of all, I would like to say big thanks to organization. They put together so many domestic and foreign stakeholders related to this topic. So I believe there is an opportunity for Slovak companies and also Ukrainian counterparts to find some opportunities for future development and cooperation. And that's why we are here actually, because we are the company that provides finance solutions. As an export credit agency, we are managed or guided by the Slovak government, by the Ministry of Finance, and basically provide finance, insurance and guarantees, and we enable our Slovak exporters reaching foreign markets and risky territories that were finance institutions has lower appetite to undertake risks. In terms of regulations, we are go by international standards of OECD and Euro Commissions. I think that it's great that we are in the eastern of Slovakia, because we are very close to Ukraine actually, and due to this geographical proximity, we used to have not only Exim Banka, but many Slovak financial institutions have a dozen of projects before the conflict started. But in terms of the current Russian aggression, of course, many financial institutions cannot bear or face this big kind of risk actually. So that's why we are only Slovak financial institution that are open for Ukraine at the moment. It comes since November 2022, as Lukáš already mentioned, due to demanding requests from our Slovak exporters. They used to do business in Ukraine. We opened short receivables, insurance that helped them to with these obstacles on the Ukraine market. They have to really face lots of problems with transport, logistics, and those kind of things. So we believe that this is very helpful tool to have an advantage at the market. And I would like to also mention the second tool that this should be in respect of demanding, as we already heard about it today, demanding or raising demand of municipalities in Ukraine and public sectors, and also non-profit organizations. So there is a tool. Just I need to look. Concessional loans that provide an advantage to beneficiaries. I mean that receivables in the public sector that come with Slovak exporter, and in this case they can have a lower. They can receive a lower or some grant part of the. Can I have a presentation? I can show you. I forgot. As you can see here, concessional loan, so it comes with lower interest rates and grant element for repayment, but also the receiver can get a longer repayment and grace period. So this is real the product that can help municipalities in Ukraine to build the areas like construction, energy, or health, or environment projects, or projects that have a really positive aspect on the environment or on the social impacts. And I would like to also mention, as Slovakia, like in other countries, we do not have a special development organization or bank. We, as an Exim Bank, feel really responsibility to address Slovak companies to be more active and encourage them to be more active in the development markets, but also in Ukraine. They can really, because we are also enablers and we can help them to get finance from the international financial institution. And you already seen that there are lots of opportunities. So we believe that we can help them to be really more active and encourage them to be there. And maybe at the final, I would like to use this opportunity to invite you on the upcoming virtual meetings that we have also with Hungary and the Czech Republic. And this is exactly about, the topic is exactly about how to get financing and get into the business in Ukraine. So I think that this can be really helpful. Maybe last in this stage, I would like to also mention that as of Slovakia is really, or Ukraine, territory of Ukraine is really big country, and we are maybe not able to cover all those needs in Ukraine. I believe that we find maybe the niche markets or some interconnections with Ukraine that we can really help and do some potential business and develop our cooperation. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And yes, I think we have been spending now almost an hour and a half in covering all these different opportunities. Indeed, it's and on the one hand, it can seem a bit confusing, but on the other hand, I think it's also very positive to see that so many initiatives are flourishing. I think there is, it's really important that we have so many business organizations that can offer complementary business support services to SMEs. Then it's up to the private sector to see how they want to act, with whom they want to collaborate. And on our side, from the European Commission, we are definitely trying to map all these different services. We have been working with Ian. You will see when going out, you can take a one-pager on what it means to do business with Ukraine today with practical information. We will enrich this information also on our website so that, I mean, it will be easily available to all of you who are interested. But what I want to keep from this session is that definitely Ukrainian companies are working. They are looking for contracts. They are looking for new opportunities to work with you in Slovakia, in other EU countries. I know that we have quite a lot of participants who are from other countries. What I also will take out of this session is that the center of gravity of the EU is shifting to Central and Eastern Europe. I think countries like Slovakia and especially regions also like Kosice can really gain a lot from this cooperation. And here I would say also time is of essence. So it's really important to be aware, I mean, this conference, I think it's probably the first EU conference about business cooperation between the EU and Ukraine. So I think it's just starting. It's a beginning of a process that will take time, but where we can all play a very active role. So I would like to thank all of you who are here physically present, also our panelists who were online. All the information will be available to you after the conference. But I would not like to, I mean, this is the closing of this session, but I promise to still give a few minutes to Alexander Duleba, who was already speaking before. He's the Ukrainian advisor for the Prime Minister of Slovakia, and he will report about the interesting discussions he just had with the different representatives of local authorities from Ukraine and Slovakia. So,
okay,
Alexander.
Thank you very much. I would not consume much of your time because it's a bit different topic. So when I was following our speakers on this panel, you know, I'm very happy, and again, I would like to express my thanks to the organizers for giving us opportunity. We simply use the CMR event for organizing the first working talks between the representatives of Ukraine and Slovak regions on the idea to establish EGTC, that's European Grouping of Territorial Cooperation. So this was agreed by the Prime Ministers Heger and Shmyhal yet in November 2021. And now, thanks to this event, thank you very much again. So we managed to organize on the margin of this event. I cannot go into details because actually this is like the working process in the making. But the good news is that we agreed that we will meet again in 1 month. Now we agreed some task for the participants because it's up to them simply, to prioritize the sectors for the cooperation in order to build up the construction of this European grouping of territorial cooperations, so that it does make a sense for all the participating regions. They have to agree, the sectorial priorities. And the idea is to create cross-border sectorial clusters. I'm not sure now, there's plenty of options, what they can decide for, whether to go for hydrogen technologies or just to start from primary education, because this is the responsibility of the public administrations on regional and local level. And therefore, the homework is identified for all of the participants. We will meet again in 1 month from now, so there will be a follow-up. And we will discuss, so now it's important for them to agree the sectoral priorities, and then we will follow up with some other sort of the procedure technicalities, how to design the EGTC on the Slovak-Ukrainian border. So that is what I can inform you. Maybe in the future it will create better conditions for businesses in the border areas, on the Slovak and in Ukrainian side. But it's rather investment into the future. But I think, and why regional authorities? Because we do think that the regional authorities can organize sub-regional actors, businesses, healthcare system, hospitals, all the small media businesses that are active in the providing, the healthcare services, etc. And why we are planning that? Because actually there's plenty of communitarian program available for the regional authorities to apply to attract sources from the EU funding, and they are simply not used because both governments simply are eager to support them, to help them. Even we are thinking that the government of Slovakia will become a part of the EGTC, because it's possible, following the regulation on EGTC, that even the governments of the member states can be a part together with the regional and local authorities. So we'll see. The process started, so thank you once more for this opportunity, and we use it. So I do much hope that actually in 1 year there will be well-functioning EGTC on Slovak-Ukrainian border. Thank you.
Thank you. And maybe I would thank you also for the transition about funding opportunity. I would like to make a bit of publicity for the session tomorrow morning, where we will be discussing about funding opportunities. So this is quite complementary to what we have been discussing this afternoon. So be here tomorrow, same room, and we hope to see everybody back here. But before closing, I just heard that Mr. Paweł Kurczak, president of the Polish Investment Agency, has recorded a 3-minute video message, and we will now show it to all of you. But thank you for your participation. I know it was a very long session, and we will provide you with all the relevant information. Thank you very much to all the panelists and to all of you. See you.
Szanowni Państwo, jest mi niezmiernie miło, że mogę choć w ten sposób uczestniczyć w tak ważnym spotkaniu, jak to dzisiejsze. Rozmowa na temat przyszłości i odbudowy ukraińskiej gospodarki dla Polski, jak i dla naszej agencji jest bardzo ważna. Dlatego jestem dumny, że mogliśmy stać się częścią tej konferencji. Jestem przekonany, że klastry odegrają ważną rolę w odbudowie Ukrainy. W wymiarze ekonomicznym wojna zdezorganizowała funkcjonowanie ukraińskiej gospodarki, wstrzymała inwestycje oraz ograniczyła wymianę handlową między naszymi krajami. Rozmiar zniszczeń jest ogromny. Już teraz wiemy, że łączny koszt projektów powojennej odbudowy Ukrainy wyniesie ponad $1 bilion. Jako Polska Agencja Inwestycji i Handlu od samego początku aktywnie angażujemy się w niwelowanie gospodarczych skutków wojny. Wdrożyliśmy konkretne programy wspierania Ukrainy już w pierwszych dniach marca ubiegłego roku. Stale wspieramy zachowanie ciągłości ukraińskiego biznesu, wspomagając przedsiębiorców z Ukrainy w kontynuowaniu ich działalności z Polski. Eksperci Paiche pomagają także polskim firmom wejść i działać na rynku ukraińskim. Agencja wspiera również polskie firmy chcące uczestniczyć w powojennej odbudowie Ukrainy. Wiemy, że jak najszybsza odbudowa ukraińskiej infrastruktury i gospodarki ma fundamentalne znaczenie dla stabilizacji gospodarczej całego regionu. Dlatego też Ministerstwo Rozwoju i Technologii powierzyło Paiche rolę operatora programu przygotowania polskiego biznesu do udziału w powojennej odbudowie Ukrainy. Inauguracją projektu było uruchomienie w czerwcu 2022 roku naboru polskich firm zainteresowanych wznowieniem eksportu i udziałem w odbudowie. Z napływających zgłoszeń powstała baza polskich przedsiębiorców, która stanowi punkt wyjścia do dalszych planowanych działań. W tej chwili w bazie znajduje się około 2000 polskich przedsiębiorców, z czego 1/3 reprezentuje sektor budowlany. Pozostałe branże to głównie ICT, maszynowa, farmaceutyczna i medyczna oraz rolno-spożywcza. Zarówno wskaźniki wymiany handlowej, jak i zainteresowanie przedsiębiorców bazą Paiche dowodzą, że polski biznes nieprzerwanie działa w Ukrainie i chce uczestniczyć w jej odbudowie. Chcąc wykorzystać potencjał polskich firm oraz ich zainteresowanie programem odbudowy Ukrainy, dla zarejestrowanych w bazie organizujemy specjalne wydarzenia, szkolenia i konsultacje. W ten sposób Paiche wychodzi z propozycją do polskiego biznesu, aby wspólnie zastanowić się nad tym, jak optymalnie możemy wykorzystać nasz potencjał na rynku ukraińskim. Konsultacje służą zidentyfikowaniu szans i zagrożeń z tym związanych oraz pomagają wspólnie wypracować mechanizmy skutecznej współpracy gospodarczej między naszymi krajami. Jako Paiche oraz szerzej cała grupa PFR jesteśmy zawsze gotowi do współpracy z biznesem. Pracujemy wspólnie nad tym, aby polskie firmy były w stanie wesprzeć Ukrainę w jej odbudowie. Potencjał polskich spółek jest ogromny, a ich produkty i usługi cieszą się dużym zainteresowaniem ukraińskich partnerów. Dziękuję za uwagę.
Thank you very much. Yes. I would like to take all the panelists. Martin, thank you very much for this very interesting session. It obviously went beyond even the time which was allocated. So, what a day. Started for some of you with the first cluster conference, National Cluster Conference, and then some of the guests and speakers were here for the site visits. Then we have very interesting sessions. So thank you very much for staying with us. Tomorrow morning we continue at 9 o'clock with the funding opportunity, so please be back at the room. And then we'll be very dynamic because we will be having pitching session. More than 20 organizations will be presenting their offers and what they are looking for. And then we will be having the matchmaking event. So enjoy the evening. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure.